When you look at the challenges of the past and look at what he was trying to do from there, this one we're not just analyzing, this one we're participating.
Time to defend the flag.
Strategic play on a global board. Gamers assemble. It's official. We're good to go.
The Esports Nations Cup brings national pride into competitive gaming. Now players have an opportunity to represent their countries on the global stage, featuring many titles like PUBG Mobile, EAFC, MLBB, chess, and so many other games. And Nigeria is in. I'm proud to announce that we are the Nigeria's national team partners for the ENC, building the pathway from grassroots gamers to the world stage. From our community centers to the world gaming leagues. This is our country. This is Nigeria.
KD Sports is ready.
Nigeria is ready.
Nigeria
to the world. From gamers to champions. Nigeria answers the call.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
for Nigeria.
For Nigeria, Esports Nations Cup 2026.
Nigeria is ready.
So tell us, what are you building?
Hello, my name is Daniel, and I'm one of the co-founders at Wager. Let me tell you a story about my friend Daniel. He is probably one of the best gamers that I know at my game hub, and only those at the game hub actually know about this. Not you watching me. Another critical problem for Daniel is that he has never been able to monetize his gaming skills. And that is the same story for tens of millions of gamers out there. And this is why we built Wager. Gaming shouldn't just bring us together, but actually make us millionaires. Ready to start earning from gaming? Welcome to the new economy where gaming now pays. Join millions of gamers today at wager.co.
Represent Nigeria. Say less.
It's time.
Hold on, chat. It's Esports Nations Cup. We're going international.
Looks like Nigeria just entered the big leagues.
When you look at the challenges of the past and look at what he was trying to do from there, this one we're not just analyzing, this one we're participating.
Time to defend the flag.
Strategic play on a global board. Gamers assemble. It's official. We're good to go.
The Esports Nations Cup brings national pride into competitive gaming. Now players have an opportunity to represent their countries on the global stage, featuring many titles like PUBG Mobile, EAFC, MLBB, chess, and so many other games. And Nigeria is in. I'm proud to announce that we are the Nigeria's national team partners for the ENC, building the pathway from grassroots gamers to the world stage, from our community centers to the world gaming leagues. This is our country. This is Nigeria.
Kid Esports is ready.
Nigeria is ready.
Nigeria
to the world. From gamers to champions, Nigeria answers the call.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
for Nigeria.
For Nigeria, Esports Nations Cup 2026.
Nigeria is ready.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace, oh, back to honor it, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Welcome to another episode. Today is the very start of week 4. It's always a juicy one whenever we're in the studio. We're talking about the national Esoccer elite division, where we have to bring to you guys the very, very best at the elite levels of everything FC related. I'm with Sly, more Ghana's finest, Africa's finest. We'll be doing this one together. It's going to be a bang today. The lineup, I've seen the lineup, but starting with a banger right out of the gate. I mean, I don't know if you agree with me on that one.
Well, certainly. I mean, if you look at the build-up to today, if you quite remember what happened last week and how things unfolded, you could tell that every single game that we've got for you today is certainly going to be very interesting because there's little storylines everywhere. We can pick from any part of the table. You could tell the storylines about. If you look at the bottom, like how Dadaboi has been faring, been saying that some of the games have kind of been unfair to him, where he's played well but not necessarily got results. Remember last week, his game against Faruk, he did actually impress us the way he was playing. So if you pick a storyline like that, you could look towards him going forward. You look at a guy like Adefola, things have not been going well for him. Well, it is time for him to change fortunes. Now, I think his main focus will be battling to stay in the elite division. The people have kind of written him off a little bit, but can the goods go back to doing good things in this particular stage? You look at the top of the table, Badji Jr. Last week felt like a horror week for him. I don't think he'd love to revisit last week anymore.
Absolutely not.
He would look to change things right now. Then, of course, the unbeaten man, Faruk Manzo, can he keep that streak alive? And mind you, this streak dates way back to last year. He's now 20 games in the National Elite League from last year to this year. 19 wins, just 1 draw so far. So can he keep the streak alive? One of the most insane things we've seen on here. So every single game on the broadcast will be crazy. And today, like Manny promised you, we've got a banger to kick us off with. But before we head into the fixtures, we need to see how things are looking like on the leaderboard with the chopping and changing that came to win this whole thing after his impressive start that's falling off to second place with 18 points as well. So Badji and Mitchell both playing 10 games. They played the most games in the league right now. So other guys playing catch up in that category, whilst Guru, Budget's finest, currently in third place, 8 games played as well, 18 points. So he has an opportunity to go to the top of the table. Then there's the man everybody's been talking about these days, Faruk Manzo. You see the record, 5 wins, 0 losses. He's been incredible, plus 20 goal difference, and he's right at the top of the table amongst goals, 15 points. Tactical, heavily impressive, 7 games, 14 points. Coming from the Pro League, everybody's been impressed with what he's doing. Killerfreak, well, after that blip of a start in the first 3 games, he's put that behind him and he's playing some very, very interesting FC. That puts him on 6th position with 12 points, while for the first half of the table, Kingnonex will close it out 6 games with 11 points.
Adefola is a guy who's going to be making the list if he stands like this. Adefola currently on 8th position with 9 points after 8 games played. That is insane. 3 wins, 5 losses, no joy. So it's always been one like a very extreme situation. None of the games have gone to a draw so far. So Kaykay has 7 points from 7 games. Wolevation has 7 points from 7 games also, but the difference is the goal difference. Minus 11 for Wolevation, minus 4 for Kaykay. Certainly, those losses are massive goals considered, not helping Wolevation at all. Mr. Olga has 6 out of 9 games played. Anif has 4, and Dadaboi also has 4 after 7 and 9 games played.
Manny, let's look at realistic chances of guys making it to the top 8. Look, for guys like maybe Mitchell, Badji, Guru, and maybe Faruk, it is looking like secure top 8 finish. But you look at guys like Tactical, Killerfreak, Kingnonex, Adefola, Kaykay, we put Wolevation in there as well. Even Mr. Olga can sneak in. What do you think is the ideal point tally that we should be looking at to guarantee you like a top 8 finish?
I think at this rate, possibly 15 points should guarantee easily, because you look at Adefola, who still has 2 games to play to make to the 10 games played by Mitchell and Badji himself, Badji Jr. You look at if he gets those 2 games in, don't forget there's a 12-game round we're going to be going for. If he gets those 2 in and he finds wins from all of those games, now all of a sudden he is in 14 points. So if you want to definitely make it there, I mean, the guys who are currently in 7th and 8th and 6th are in trouble. They're not necessarily, I mean, it's not done and dusted for them as we see the result, the games. The fixtures for today, we have starting us off, Killerfreak and Tactical. They'll be opening the broadcast for us today. It's going to be a crazy, crazy one. Dadaboi versus Guru is also going to be happening in the secondary game of there. Well, Faruk and Wolevation will kickstart the second rounds, while Adefola and Anif make battle in the background. Killerfreak and Kingnonex are going to be the 3rd round for today, while Killerfreak and while Kaykay and Tactical and Nanif and Faruk will make the 4th round for today.
Well, certainly, then we'll look at Adefola trying to climb back into the top rankings. You play Kingnonex in that round, so that should be a huge clash for who actually finishes top 8 in the league. Mitchell, like we said, he's only left with 2 games in the whole of the league. If he can pick up 6 points, that will be strong for him. He starts his campaign today against Dadaboi, whilst Faruk will be looking to continue that winning streak. Well, this time, the man from his state will be looking to stop in. He'll play Guru for the last round, whilst Kaykay and wolevation do battle. That is the lineup that we've got for you. Like we said, storylines all over. Imani and I will be here to guide you through everything. But we'll now put our major focus on what is about to kick us off. And usually when we do have starts, they are explosive, and we're expecting that this one will be explosive as well. Killerfreak tactical top 8 clash already. Killerfreak, after his blip, like I said, in the first 3 games, he's a different player now. He's been playing well, scoring goals and conceding less. We spoke about his defense. It has definitely been one of the best across the last couple of weeks, so that's impressive for him. But tactical, he always feels like the underdog, the dark horse in the mix. I mean, I think it's his first time playing Killerfreak on a competitive ground. How do you think this one is about to go?
I mean, going back to what you just mentioned about tactical being the dark horse, I think that's one thing that always goes to his advantage. He actually still plays like the dark horse. He plays like he has nothing to lose and sort of piles all of the pressure on his opponents. If he goes on to have all of that, I mean, play without respect to his opponent today, play like a dark horse, like someone who doesn't have anything to lose, Killerfreak might just show some sign of weakness. As you can see right now, the head-to-head on your screen, Killerfreak in 6th position, while Tactical just ahead, 1 position ahead in 5th position. 7 games played by both players, 4 wins each, 2 draws for Tactical, 0 draws for Killerfreak, while that 3 losses is the reason why you see that difference between these 2 players. 37 goals scored by Killerfreak, 33 scored by Tactical. So you can see they're not so different in terms of the goal scoring. The goals considered also not so different. 24 considered by Killerfreak, 26 by Tactical. 13 goal difference, 7 goal difference for Tactical, and the total points of 12 and 40. So if you're looking at this right now, they are very evenly matched. They are very evenly matched right now.
Well, certainly, look at this battle, Killerfreak versus Tactical. You look at Tactical's performances right from the Pro League and the way he's been able to be consistent. Coming into the Elite League, he's had some big games. And some of the games have kind of been unfair to him where he's lost in the final minutes. But this man, you know, he'll give Killerfreak very good battle. And this is some of the games that we are looking forward to, in the sense where last year we could not have this battle because Killerfreak was in the Elite League. Tactical maybe wasn't in the scene yet. But the fact that a guy coming from the Pro League and really challenging that top 8 is something that is always very impressive to look at, and that's one game that will certainly be looking forward to. If you are just joining the broadcast, this is the league featuring Nigeria's finest 13 of the very best here in the Elite League, brought to you by Cade Esports. Remind you, they are not doing this alone. Part of our partners will be our production partners, Game Evolution Esports. They are the ones that help us be this clean on the broadcast, so make sure you give them a follow across social media as well. We've got Game Pride IO. They've been doing an amazing job as well, making sure everything is going down. We've got some new partners on board as well. You gave me part of the team for the partners for this year's National Esoccer Elite League. If you want to be the best of the players and you're looking at a guy like Faruk Manzo and you want to play like him, well, head on to You Gave Me now. There are some coaching lessons in there for you. Wager as well. If you're playing game and you want to make money out of playing games, make sure you check out Wager. Esports Africa News, part of our media team, taking the National E-Soccer League to the world. Back to our focus on this one. Killerfreak's draft has kind of changed a little bit in the sense where, you know what, he's tweaking things. Maybe he's not liking how the offense is looking like. Usually we see him use no longer the 4-4-2. He tells you, you know what, I have to adapt a little bit, and maybe the adaptation is what is helping him play this way in the last couple of weeks. You use Rafael Leao. That's an expensive Rafael Leao, by the way. I know that Rafael Leao FC fantasy item is more than 3 million coins. And mind you, the budget is 10 million. So 3 million already gone. The rest is like 7 million. You've got Leonard Carl. Leonard Carl, that SBC, kind of around like 600, 700k to 800k, not bad at all. Shelling as well, this version of the card, not bad. Scott McTominay has become a fan favorite.
Yeah, here's one of the first names on the lineup for every player in this year's National Esoccer Elite Division Leagues. For me, I think what Killerfreak is doing here essentially is he's trading attack for defense, because you can see, and we did speak about his Chibuike Iwayan item last week. Very cheap option, like you mentioned. Jacobo Ramon, also a cheap option. And Nico Riley, maybe not so cheap. However, he's a staple there. So it does look like he is really focusing on the guys that can get him all of the goals. Every single person in the front. There you have Ismail Assar can get goals. Scott McTominay, you know those late runs. We did talk about that one. Shelling, once it's on her right foot, her finesse is absolutely crazy. Kyle knows how to get the ball into places and spaces you don't expect it to be. Rafael Leao, speed. He knows how to score. He has a very wicked right foot. I mean, the only person there who possibly doesn't score so much is Schweinsteiger. And I think that's him. The man is, since I'm not going to be playing the 4-4-2, which is very attack-minded, I'm going to be replacing every single person in my 4-4-1-1 with people that can actually score lots of goals.
Well, certainly, you look at his opponent, Tactical, coming into this one. I think he's invested heavily in the FC Fantasy promo, where you are seeing the likes of Semenyo, Bruno Fernandes, and Clara Mateo form his attacking trio, or the likes of Joey VM, and I love that card a lot. I've used him in champs, and I think he's pretty underrated. Him partnering Scott McTominay, I think that's brilliant. Victor Osimhen, we see another use of Victor Osimhen. Last week we saw Guru use him to perfection. If guys can adopt that, that will certainly be interesting. I was using Jacobo Ramon and Saliba at the back as well. We spoke about a new update last week, but it wasn't introduced in the game yet. It was floating around what the changes are to Bruiser Plus. Well, the word is the update is now out. And of course, if you are playing online, you know that the update has now been added to the game. So that Bruiser Playstyle Plus that was so overpowered last week and the other previous weeks, well, they have made changes. So now, once you spam that X button, if your defender is not as strong as maybe the winger that is with the ball, the likes of Semenyo, Ismail Assar, those guys, in some situations, the Bruiser Plus will not win you the ball. So there might be a couple of changes. And Manny and I will certainly be keeping a close eye on that. If you've got any thoughts about the new updates, let us know what you think in the chat. We love the interactive sessions. Manny and I certainly will be communicating with you guys on that. Mind you, the prediction lines are still open, guys. Head on to Instagram now, KD Sports Channel. Join, drop your prediction for Tactical versus Killerfreak now. Join in the fun before it's too late, before the game begins. Drop your prediction now. Tell us who wins that one correct score, and you stand a chance of winning some cool cash. Well, like we do on here on the National Esoccer League, we do have concurrent games, and the other game that will be happening is another big one. Dadaboi playing Guru, and this is a very huge game on both ends of the table. Yeah, if you look at the bottom half of the table, Dadaboi, we didn't really add him to the topic conversation, but look, if he can go like a 2-game winning run, now all of a sudden he puts guys like Mr. Oga, guys like Kaykay, guys like Adefola under pressure, because he will be coming in with a lot of heat. You look elsewhere on the table, on the opposite side, at the top of the table, we did say that Guru has just played 8 games and he's very close to being at the top. If he can win this game, that certainly takes him to 21 points and he will get to the top of the table. So it's something to look at closely, and I think both of them will approach this one like a must-win game.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Dadaboi, who will be looking to sort of make a point. It's been a very underwhelming showing for the Outlaws esports man. But the problem is he's going up against someone who has blood in his sights. I mean, Guru knows how important it is, especially with the fact that he's going to be playing a Faruk chasing another heavy win later today. So you don't want to mess up this first game for Guru. It is definitely going to be a 3-pointer for him. If I get the 3 points today, I've possibly done the business for week 4 rather. And for Dadaboi, with the way he set up his team, we did mention last week about how sometimes he did feel like he didn't make his own luck a whole lot. This time around he's going with a Kaka up top and a fantasy item, Antoine Semenyo and Bruno Fernandes, with a Scott McTominay and Ajibade. But this is the most, maybe I use the word clinical or lethal team I've seen his team set up with since we begun the elite leagues. What do you think?
I mean, you do have a point there. I think sometimes his teams have been kind of questionable a little bit, but I think he's seen what everybody's doing around him and say, you know what, let me just, if you can't beat them, join them. Usually that is my say. You know, sometimes in Ultimate Team, you like to build your own personality around your team, where maybe like what Mr. Oga does. He's an Arsenal fan, so he'll use an item. But
you can always know that's
but when things are not going well, you just have to join the bandwagon. Yeah. And I think that's what Dadaboi is doing there. For Guru, though, we are seeing a switch up. We don't usually see these changes from him. And mind you, I was hoping to say this. It's official. La Liga team of the season is out. Also, the La Liga Women's League team of the season is also out. And I was hoping to see a card. Well, Guru does have a card. Eva Pajor We know how dangerous she is. She's not that expensive, by the way. So if you pack her, make a couple of coins. I don't think she's above 500k. I think she's like below 500k. Peniel Harder. That's a very good striker up top from the German league as well as using Victor Osimhen. I think Guru starting with a 4-4-2 is quite interesting. He might change in game. Look out for his 4-4-1-1. Deadly as ever. Was Perez playing on the right hand side of things. Look, the interesting thing about that Perez item is he's very cheap. He's like 200k, but you look at the play styles on him, he's top. If you tuned into yesterday's E-Champions League, with the restrictions with the E-Champions League, they have to use a certain type of players, and my goodness, everybody was using Perez on the left-hand side. So maybe Guru took inspiration from that and put him in this team. We'll see how it does work out for him, but it's quite interesting. And look at his fullbacks as well. No more Nico Riley, no more Palestra. They're using Jakob Kivior, which I did see in the Champions League as well, and then Mark Peebles. So a couple of changes here and there, and that's what we love about Ultimate Team. Every single time, it's not like the same constant team. There's always changes around.
I mean, that tells you that the players themselves are also connected to what's happening globally in terms of the updates in-game every week. As things are changing, like you always say, if you can't beat them, join them. I mean, why stress yourself when some people have already made it easier, shown you the way, just like we did see, I think it was earlier in Pro Leagues when we saw a particular item. I don't know if it was a Del Piero item. I think it was, if I remember correctly, and Vergang that used that Del Piero item, and all of a sudden we saw, some of the other players sort of take that inspiration. But the players look locked in, they look ready. Every single time we have this dash cam, player cam on the screen, and we see players locked in like this, I'm always excited because I know the players are about to do the business. They're about to hit the ground running and give us a run for our money.
Exactly how we like it. We'll set the ball rolling with a big one. Top 8 battle. Killerfreak playing tactical, and this one should be mouth-watering. Game Evil's Killerfreak taking on Fun Quest Tactical. I believe Killerfreak is in the more darker, whether it's a blue or purple kit, can't make it out yet, but that's a more darker kit, while a tactical, more or less the Fun Quest colors in the white and a dash of red and blue in there. So yes, welcome to week 4. If this is your first time tuning in, this is among Nigeria's finest esports athletes, where we are in the elite leagues. They are competing for a prize pool of about 3 million naira. Now that's something to pay close attention to, as Killerfreak putting a lot of pressure this early, and I mean, you can tell with the intent that he's serious about this.
And then for tactical, it's going to be very, very, I mean, not best of time for you to be making some mistakes in the defense area.
Look at the press from 4 minutes in. Wow. This reminds me of last year, FC25 Killerfreak. Right from the get-go, he's not letting you breathe at all. Just look at how crazy the press has been intensified. Can tactical beat the press this early though? And I think he's done well to still maintain possession of the ball. But the intent from Killerfreak is right there. Can you back him off? And that's always been the dilemma of the opponents that he plays against, because they cannot handle the press. That's how come they usually succumb to the pressure.
Yeah. I mean, it does tell, even in real football, if you're not able to beat the press, especially when your opponents have that intensity, that running legs all over the pitch, you're always in trouble. But kudos to Tactical for that one. He has not conceded. I think that's the most positive thing out of the opening 7-8 minutes of this game. He hasn't conceded yet, but then he has to ensure that he doesn't put himself under unnecessary pressure just like this. Find a way to pass the ball out of the press, and then maybe there's something good waiting for you on the other end of the pitch.
When I wanted to look closely at how Killerfreak is playing and the type of cases that are coming on top of his player set, he's not just using the second man press, he's actually using 3 players at the same time to press. And how you do that is just tap on the R1 again if you are pressing in that instance. So he's defending with about 3 players pressing at the same time. So that's why it's quite difficult for Tactical to be playing out. But I think he's done a good job in these first 10 minutes, as we'll see. Osimhen on the right hand side. Tactical now, first opportunity for him to build and making routes into Killerfreak's defense, but the anticipation and awareness from Game Evil's Killerfreak right on point to win him back the ball.
I mean, you did talk about anticipation and awareness, but the anticipation there from Tactical to see that run from the fullbacks, I always like to call it whenever I see it, especially in FC26, the iterations. We know how powerful those runs behind the fullbacks are. You cannot afford to let your opponents have an easy meal on the flanks. I love the fact that Tactical was able to see it on time, just like Killerfreak read his move early on in the game. And now he's the one who is reading the moves now. And I think he has an opportunity from the transitioning moments from there.
I mean, Manny, I know it's early doors and it's just the first 15 minutes, but so far, transition play has been limited. Both defenses have been unlocked, but Tactical breaks through with his first big chance. And as easy peasy as that is, it's quite disappointing from a Killerfreak standpoint that defense was breached that easy.
I mean, you wouldn't say it was easily. It was a very well worked goal. He waited for the chance, and as soon as he saw the opening, I particularly like the fact that he didn't overthink the pass. He just hit it one time into the path of his striker, and all that was left was that a low driven across the goal. The keeper had no chance. Now it's all on Killerfreak as we get the shot out from Rafael Leao.
Tactical always has his way with these types of games. In the big games where you're expecting him to produce, he always does. Remember against Kingnonex, against Guru, he's always a big game player. He will not make it easy on you. And Killerfreak certainly has his work cut out for him. It's exactly what we predicted with this game. It should be a banger right from start to finish. There's Tactical trying to play out from the back again. Now you question, will Killerfreak's press still be aggressive? Well, yes, it is. And as he keeps pushing, Leao will win the ball high up the pitch. But Tactical trying his best to defend in that situation.
This is the second time we've seen those bounce backs happen in the favor of Killerfreak. He has to be very careful as the corner routine nearly deadly this time around. I didn't expect that one. I was expecting the pass across goal. But the corner routine, it does seem like Killerfreak has sort of mastered the one that works for him. And now Mateo has a chance to lead the line for a potentially dangerous transition attack.
I mean, I like how patient Tactical is. He hasn't panicked at all with all of the press on him. And he's just doing well to create open spaces. Bruno Fernandes on the post. That could have been number 2 within the first 20 minutes.
Listen,
I mean, Tactical, he's biding his time and he's really using his spaces.
Every single person who counted Tactical out from the beginning of this game now has a chance to count him back in, because this man is playing disciplined FC, especially against such a magnitude of a player. I mean, with the way Killerfreak started this one out, pressing on point, getting the passes right, you wouldn't expect that by now Tactical will be having his way and a field day with the defense of Killerfreak. But that's what is we're currently seeing right now on the screen. My oh my.
I think Killerfreak has just been caught between two minds, especially right on the edge of the box. And credit to Tactical, I think he's covering the spaces really well, but the decisions need to be quicker from Killerfreak in those scenarios. These days, what I've learned in this game is everybody's closing you down quickly. So immediately you hold on to the ball for too long, there you are. You might be in trouble. This time around, Killerfreak laying a quick pass into Sa. Great position. And an unorthodox move from him.
Yeah.
Can't beat the defender. But look, one thing you have to give to Killerfreak is the relentless pressing. Immediately he loses it, he wants to win it back immediately. And I think one prediction that will make his money, after like 50, 60 minutes, we'll see a couple of changes, because the stamina of his players that he's using will definitely be drained.
Absolutely. Well, we have a comment. Thank you guys for joining us in the comment section. Like we always say, always ensure that you're keeping us abreast of what is happening in the comment section. Guys, keep talking to us. Tweet Tactical Guy, defend for me, attack crazy. I love this particular comment from Ven16. Tactical has done really, I think he has used the best of the opening 30 minutes. For me, Killerfreak has to go back and check what he has to do with Rafael Leao. I think that's like...
But he's had the ball like a couple of occasions where he's been indecisive.
The difference between having some of the like players like Mateo up the top is that every single time you have an update, there seems to be like a goal.
I think this is live feed action actually from that second game. So no updates yet, but just to let us know that game has actually started, and we'll be giving you every single update you need to know about that game. We'll turn our attention back to our main broadcast, and Tactical might be in pole position. Courtois with a big save first 30 minutes. Look, Killerfreak has got to be careful. We don't usually see him in this position. What we've seen tend to happen when games are not going his way is he'll start well, and then later on, things don't tend to go his way. But this time around, it is Tactical with a fiery start, looking dangerous everywhere. Great touch!
Oh my goodness!
You look at the expression on Killerfreak's faces. He's as shocked as we are here in the studio.
I wasn't expecting that particular angle. I was hoping he would go for the other side of the post on the left of the goalkeeper. But I mean, sometimes you overthink these things. You expect that the goalkeeper has already covered the space, and then you try to squeeze this one through. This time around, it just didn't work out. And yeah, Yeah, I think the expression from Killerfreak said it. Oh, there's a
Beautiful finish there.
tactical.
This man is playing like he knows what he wants. And he's 2 goals up in the first 30 minutes against Killerfreak.
Yep, again, back to the conversation with Rafael Liao. I think, in whatever case, Killerfreak sort of is over-dependent on Rafael Liao in that particular position. It's not pitch. Well, now you have an answer as Killerfreak be looking to sort of find the rest of the
He's just not had it in this first half. Look, the press has been there. He's had the ball in promising positions, but there's just nothing coming out of it so far because, first of all, Tactical defended brilliantly, but also Killerfreak's offense have just kind of looked still. And this comment from Pod Pond is one of our top commenters right throughout the whole of the broadcast. He says you're playing well from Tactical. As I will say, Tactical in another dangerous position. Finesse attempt from Bruno Fernandes stopped. He says that you're playing well, leading your opponent's shot directly to where your goalkeeper can cut the shot. Exactly. He's baiting Killerfreak where he wants him to be, and he's causing problems for last year's runner-up in the National Esoccer Elite League. I mean, this is the dream start for Tactical, leading 2 goals to the first 40 minutes.
Absolutely, but you know what? I think this is possibly the best time to also bring the update we have. For me personally, this is not boding any good for the Lagos. But we do have a massive update with that one. There was a whole lot of conversation in the past week about the Lagos versus Abuja boys. Well, I think we are happy to tell you and update you that we are going to be having immediately after the Elite Division Abuja
versus
Lagos.
Tactical is going crazy.
Bro.
He has that ball on the string right now, and it's number 3 right before halftime. It's going crazy.
I tell you, it's going bonkers right now. I mean, this is setting us up for a potentially crazy week 4 because don't forget Tactical is still going to be playing Faruk Mamzo later on. And I tell you, buoyed by this particular results, particular form, it is going to go insane.
I mean, we're seeing shades of week 1 and week 2 from Killerfreak where he's going the whole half where he doesn't score. Mind you, in the first 2 weeks, he played against Badji and Mitchell. He did start well, but in the whole of those second halves, he never scored. Well, this time around, it is actually the first half where he's been unable to breach this organized Tactical defense. Kudos to Tactical for putting together this strong performance in this half. Killerfreak maybe to get one back, slightly offside on that one, but it is a dream start for Tactical. I don't think if you are told if you'll be up 3-0 against Killerfreak's position. Are you going back to the 4-4-2?
ASAP. I was just about to say that. I was about to say, listen, I think the 4-4-1 is great, but
working.
I'm not so sure he has done a whole lot of grinding to, give him that. I mean, there's something about having a formation that you have worked so well, like with. Personally, I prefer he start with a 4-4-2 and then in the second half switch to a 4-4-1-1 or a 4-5-1, like, as we always said. Get yourself the early goals and, sort of try and see if you can close the gaps early on. But the thing about Killerfreak is sometimes he's a little bit stubborn with what he wants to do. I don't know if you're going to get any changes done in the second half, but whatever the case is, Tactical will be very, very happy. The first part of the job has been done. First 45 minutes, he's 3 goals to the good. Killerfreak is the one who is under all of the pressure for today. Second half begins.
Well, it has been a dream start for Tactical. Feeling like he's in dreamland right now. And kudos to him. He's been playing some very well partnered FC, and he looks like a man who's not even satisfied with what he has. As we get this one from Mr. Kims, he says Freak started this game pressing too much against a player that is very good. That's not a good way to start again with a top player like Taka. Look, I kind of disagree in some sense because if Freak had started with a 2-0 lead, I don't think this comment comes in.
Exactly.
Because he really wanted to start this game positively, and I think that's the right approach to it.
Absolutely right. But we talk about risk and reward every single time on the broadcast. I mean, if Killerfreak had
great use of the player lock, surely a way back for Killerfreak in there, surely will score. And that time It's a must-needed goal he could not afford to miss.
I love the fact that particularly that was such basic FC. He wasn't doing too much. Yes, the player law came in, but it was just for him to just drag the player out into space, and that was all he needed. Sometimes when you make it simple, keep it simple, keep it basic, you get all of the results you want.
Now you get to see a maybe deadlier version of Killerfreak and maybe baiting Tactical to know what Tactical is 3-0 up. It begs the question, is Tactical still supposed to commit more bodies for it? Because we just saw on the breakaway how great Killerfreak can be with those one-time passes and the through balls and the excellent use of the player look. So Tactical's got to be careful. He cannot afford to be giving the ball away cheaply. Di Maria for Killerfreak. Can he get one more ball back to make things interesting?
Ooh, again,
the defense tight-lipped.
I don't know if it's the defense that is tight-lipped or it is the Rafael Leao item that is not doing the job for me, really. I mean, you have some other players who have the ability to move in. The Mateo, for example, being used by Tactical, as you can see, Shelly right now. Very, very agile, very, very aggressive. Once it's her turn to pick up the ball, there's just something about her in those positions. Going back to the strategy where you're talking about what strategy should Tactical apply right now, I'm looking at this, I'm telling myself, you know what would have been so good would have been if Tactical would go back to that first 10-20 minutes, opening 10-20 minutes, and get that patience he used in that 20 minutes, because he will need it right now. Killerfreak is the one who needs all of the goals. So all you need to do is ensure you soak up the pressure and now catch Killerfreak on those transitional moments. This is not the time to commit unnecessary bodies ahead. The problem with the goal that Killerfreak scored was there was a whole lot of bodies from Tactical early on against Killerfreak, and once Killerfreak caught him on the counter, it was done. Set.
I mean, the passing sequence in the last couple of minutes from Tactical has been brilliant. That time, Killerfreak staying close to his man. He needs to be able to attack much, much quicker, because the last time we did see him score a goal, it was on the transition break. Can he go quickly as Tactical will look to regroup? Great use of the roulette in that position.
Oh, wow.
Would have been a brilliant finish if that one had gone in.
Buffon steps up. It does seem like, yes, we've had 4 goals in this one, but the goalkeepers have been called again and again. And this time around, it seems like there's a chance here for Killerfreak that is gone unutilized, and it's another chance. Ismail Assar.
You see how crazy he is pushing. And that time was looking for the far corner. But credit to Tactical. He's staying very close to where the danger positions are. He'll win the ball back again. Killerfreak trying to force the issue this time around with Sa right to the edge of the area. The game Ivoma not giving up yet on this game. 65 minutes gone on the game clock. And he still can't tell that he's very positive about this one. Look, Tactical, in as much as his offense has been very good, I think his defense is something that you should laud as well. He's been very organized. That's the word I'll use. Not panicking at all, even when the ball bounces around. Staying in great positions and causing so many problems for Killerfreak in that situation.
My goodness, here's a chance from Killerfreak now. If he can get another goal, definitely the face of this game all of a sudden would change for him. I mean, I love the fact that he's been very, very patient in the past 10 minutes, of course, trying to see if he can tread through the passes in the right places. We have a comment here for Pod. Let this match end. Let me say my mind fully, because anything still can happen. Absolutely. I mean, a 9-minute half tells you that 20 minutes left on the game clock. I mean, we've seen what's happened. We've seen 3 goals go in. We've seen someone bottle a 3-goal lead. I mean,
4-goal lead.
4-goal lead in 20 minutes. So just hold on to your thoughts first.
I mean, it's still really possible, but with the way Tactical is playing, you just almost have this feeling that he will see it through and maybe even get one more goal to go down. But we know how tricky FC can be at times. Once Killerfreak gets back into the groove and momentum swings, and Manny and I keep saying this momentum, it's a game changer. And this one, Killerfreak, great goal. And could this be him coming back on an interesting comeback trail?
Yeah, I mean, now all of the pressure has shifted from Killerfreak down to Tactical, because, I mean, for all of the applauds and accolades we've given for his defense, that wasn't the very best of the defending.
I mean, Sa was making the run for a very long time. I was expecting Tactical to switch his fullback.
I mean, that's what happens when your concentration levels at this higher stage is switched off a little bit. Shop says, does Tactical use Tactical defending?
Well, I don't think so. The way I'm seeing him spam Bruiser, I think it's advanced defending that he saw.
I mean, I understand the comments, but for me, Tactical has one chance left, one chance alone left to take this one home. Ensure you don't score, you don't consider another goal. Score another goal to give yourself a 2-goal lead back. That would do you a lot of good. And let's see. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about who wants it the most.
You look, in this position, I always like to be a maybe Killerfreak shoes because there's only one thing on my mind. Still put on the press and try to find more goals. But if you're in tactical shoes, what do you do? If you're a coach, if you're around him, what do you tell him? Do you still find more goals or do you just soak up the pressure? Because sometimes once you soak up the pressure and the pressure becomes too much, the door will barge open. But it seems like tactical is going for the latter approach and maybe we'll find one more goal to put this game to bed and to put his mind at ease again. O'Reilly to find Locatelli, great turning, but the defense coming up clutch for Killerfreak. We are entering territory where everything has got to be close to be perfect. I mean, someone's keeping tabs on this correct score right there.
predictions. We did tell you guys, go to the Instagram channel where you can make predictions on all games happening on the broadcast. And we did have a comment now saying, my correct score prediction might just come through. Well, let's see how it ends up for all of you guys who predicted something similar to what we currently have on the screen. As I mean, this patience build-up passing sequence from Tactical is insane. But this is where I think he's going to get into a lot of trouble. This is the third time this is happening, and every single time he has gone straight to concede a chance. This time around he didn't, so it's a good thing for him. Now it's an opportunity. Oh, Bruno Fernandes, not the best of persons to have the ball with in that moment. Mateo getting the ball to Bruno Fernandes, but it doesn't work out well. 81 minutes. Tactical. A huge lead. It's insane that a year ago we didn't even hear about this guy. We're not hearing about this guy. And a year later, he has impressed so much on all of us in the gaming community that it doesn't look so crazy that he's beating Killerfreak at his highest of levels.
It's been absolute superb. The run from Tactical, and if he can cap it off with a great win against Killerfreak, everybody will hear about it. These are the type of moments you dream of as a player coming from the Pro League into the Elite Division. To have wins like this, and he's already done it against one of Nigeria's finest in Adefola. Cast your mind back to week 1. He took Adefola down and he set his path on to great things here. He's only 5 minutes plus added time away from even pulling off a bigger win in this game. And he's holding Free Cup Bay, Locatelli for Tactical. Biding his options and looking to find the right pass every time. One thing you do in this game is don't put yourself in that corner. You will have some problems for yourself. And I think that was a professional foul for him. He was not willing to commit that transition.
And I mean, he now has an opportunity to quickly make a change. As you can see, for Killerfreak, he switched to the 4-4-2 immediately. That one, we went into the second half. And that's the only reason why he will have 2 goals in this particular game. It's still early days. There's still so much that can still happen for him. But the use of professional foul there by Tactical was top level. I promise you, that was the best thing to do in that situation. If not, he would have been under immense pressure. However, we've seen Killerfreak attempt some crazy free kicks. This time around, he didn't go for it.
I mean, quite surprised that he lost possession that cheaply. And then now kind of opens the door for Tactical to maybe counter-attack in this one. And I think he's very cautious about it. Doesn't want to play like a risky pass at this point, just trying to run down the clock. We are seeing the use of game management at this point, and I think that might be the best tactic for the FunQuest Esports player to attempt at this point. Mark Tomine is still holding on to it. He's getting closer to the dream, but he's got to be careful. As Killerfreak will win the ball, we are entering dangerous waters now. Rafael Leao to find Sobotla. It's got to be perfect. 1 minute to go. Di Maria, Killerfreak, can he find that inch-perfect pass to break down this stubborn defense, which has been haunting him throughout the whole of the tournament? And Tactical with a massive block, and he hooks it away. And I think this could be the moment he craved, the moment he needed. And the player coming from the pro leagues, coming into the Elite League and taking on the big dogs.
The show of emotion by Killerfreak, not something we are used to at this highest of levels. But listen, the nerves on this man, the audacity of Tactical to go on head-to-head against his opponent and try to get something out of this game. And I tell you, 3 huge points. I mean,
Manny, it's massive for Tactical because last week he played a game against Baji Jr. where he led. So the final minute, Baji Jr. came and took away a draw. If that had happened again to him,
it would have definitely done him a whole lot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he needed to see this game out, and he just did that. Kudos to Fan Quest. Tactical, brilliant performance, totally well deserved win. And you see Killerfreak looking back at that game and maybe questioning some of his decisions. I don't think he was as clinical as we were expecting him to. He spoke about the first half. Like, once he gets the ball into Rafael Leao, you almost feel like he was kind of lost in some situations as we do turn our attention quickly to the other game happening in the back. And it seems like Guru is surging on. I mean, this one certainly has his eyes on the title.
I agree with you. I mean, it did make a lot of sense that looking at what the scoreline is currently right now, that Guru will be pushing on for 3 points only in this game. However, the question is, can he ensure he kills this one off? We did see that attempt by Killerfreak in the last hours of that game to salvage something. It's still poised for Dadaboi. It's 3-1. The game hasn't run away from him entirely. He has about 25 minutes in game to pick something up if he doesn't consider another goal. But the way Guru is playing, I don't think that possibly will happen.
Dadaboi, we've used this word unlucky so many times that it's become a cliche at this point. But how many times can you be unlucky? At some point, you've got to take responsibility and change the way you play.
Just luck.
Exactly. It has to be something else that is happening to you, and you've got to take responsibility. And I think just the number of performances where we've seen him put in great performances, but the results doesn't show, means that there's got to be something that he changes. And in this 67 minutes of this game, you can tell that just things are not going well for him as he expected, but he'll still keep pushing. 3-1, it's not an impossible scoreline to come back from. It's just that with how impressive Guru has been playing in the last couple of days, it will be difficult to come back against him. And that's an opportunity where he should be finishing.
I mean, low driven anytime, any day, from that angle, definitely goes beyond the goalkeeper's grasp. But I mean, we're so used to seeing Dadaboi with the low-driven efforts there. This time around, it doesn't go in because it goes for the far post. Now, Guru might just have an opportunity to punish him and definitely take this one away from him. If that was 3-2, I know the pressure would have definitely been on Guru to defend that particular lead. 70 minutes in.
I mean, Guru, who, look, I think if we were speaking about players who maybe had an opportunity to win the title right before the league started, you'd hear names of Faruk Manzo, rightly so, Killerfreak, rightly so, because he came in second last year. You might even hear Baji Jr.
He was also the champion for the VGA grade.
Exactly. So coming into this one red hot, you wouldn't be putting names like maybe Guru in the bracket. But what this man has been able to achieve in the last couple of weeks has been immense. And mind you, this win takes him straight to the top, and he has his eyes set on it. Schweinsteiger in great position. I mean, for Tunis, you expect him to bury from that angle. But he knows that maybe this 2-goal lead is just not enough to put Dadaboi away.
Yeah, I agree with you. We've seen it time and time again. We've said it, 5-goal lead in this game isn't enough. But with this time counting down, I think moments like this, chances like this, they have to be taken every single time you have the option to take them. As we have the ball go to Scott McTominay. Can he get the call back? Dadaboi just holding on to the ball just a little bit too long, especially when he is on the byline. He could definitely make do with some quick decision, make it in and around that box. Kaykay! Oh! Some crazy things that Dadaboi is trying right now. It's very interesting to me. The next goal goes in for Dadaboi. Guru will definitely have a whole lot on his hand to fight for. Here's Dadaboi, Scott McTominay, Fernandez, Semenyo. Ball scoop. Every single time I see that skill move, I love it so much. He does know how to create space, the ultimate space machine. Kaykay now.
Just needs that one moment, that one chance to just break through that defense. And he's shown that he can do it on some occasions, but we highlighted some of the best defenses across the league, and Guru has been at the very top.
Yeah.
So you're expecting him to be able to marshal out some of these situations, and that is exactly what the Abuja player is doing right now. He's in pole position to secure all 3 points in this game. And look at how he's managing the game, taking time off the clock. If you followed Guru's journey, you'd know that he's had to work hard to get to this position. Man, we were speaking about our latest developments. We've been speaking about this for so long, Abuja versus Lagos. Well, we are proud to announce to you guys that it will be coming to fruition. We've actually dots the I's, cross the T's. Well, the info is that right after the National Esoccer League, we will be having an Abuja versus Lagos battle, 4v4 style, just like how Ghana versus Nigeria was, to settle the debate. Which state has the best FC players? It will be settled. And we'll tell you the criteria with which every single state will be picking their players. We'll be telling you who would be represented. So make sure it's logged on KD Sports everywhere across all social media handles. You don't want to be missing out. I'm sure big names like Faruk, Guru, Killerfreak, Mitchell, Baji, maybe even Adefola in the mix. You'll be hearing from all of these guys. And I can't wait to see the lineup that Abuja puts together, because I feel like there might be dark horses and underdogs in there.
I'm hearing Abuja are going to get mercenaries from different places. I want to use the opportunity to tell the Abuja boys.
They want to bring their best. Can you blame them?
I mean, I want to use the opportunity to tell them it will not work. Lagos boys will beat you. We are talking about Lagos boys and Abuja boys. We're not talking about diaspora.
Hey.
You're not talking about...
But the person connects his roots back to Abuja.
But if you're not in Abuja as at the moment when we are having this conversation, if you're not an Abuja boy, then it doesn't concern you. But you know, the Abuja boys will do their best.
It's like you saying, if Nigeria is going to play AFCON, we have to only get guys who are playing in the Nigerian league.
No, so this is not Nigeria now.
The person is not there, but he connects his roots back to Nigeria, so he has to represent Nigeria in some sense.
If Accra and Spintex are going to be playing, you want Accra to go and bring boys from Netherlands, eh?
Why not? If they trace their roots back to Accra,
we'll go and get our rocks back. We'll
see.
Back.
We'll see. But yeah, that's a quick information for you guys. Abuja versus Lagos is surely coming on just maybe a week or two after the National Esoccer League. So make sure you keep tabs on that. And we've given you all of the updates. Make sure you're following Kid Esports across the social media platform. But it looks like this game is done and dusted.
Yeah.
Guru has put in the work. He secured the 3 points, and that's massive for him. He's going straight to the top of the table. I mean, money. We might be finishing today with a new person at the top of the table. And the thing is, it will be the two Abuja boys fighting for the crown at this point.
You know, the interesting thing is, the two Abuja boys are going to be facing each other later on today. I think that's going to be the last game on broadcast. So, ultimately, I think we're going to be looking at it as Faruk has 3 games to play today. If Faruk is able to do his own part of the job and do it very well, we might, as you did say, get to a point where we are having the two Abuja boys at the top 2 positions. But if Faruk sort of falters a little bit, and Guru, now the question is, how can Guru approach that game? If Guru gets some points off Faruk, that maybe might put a dent in Faruk's title charge. That's what we're talking about right at the moment. But Guru done the business for the day, stepped up when it mattered the most. If you notice in this game, he wasn't chasing the goals. He was chasing 3 points alone, as he understands how those 3 points, would teleport him to the top.
I mean, I like the fact that he's taking 3 points against maybe the guys like Dadaboi, because remember in the Pro League, lost to Baji Senior. Had some crazy games where he's supposed to win. Like against guys who are at the bottom of the table, but this time around, it tells you he means serious business. Well, that's round 1 in the bag. We're speaking about Faruk Manzo earlier. Well, he is featuring in round 2. We'll be playing wolevation next, whilst Anif and Adefola will be taking the 4 as well in our other games. Before we go for that quick break, we will be getting into the chat a little bit. You see that state chat we're talking about? Kai Israel says, tactical, my boy. Port Harcourt is proud. Money. You want to take tactical away from Port Harcourt as well? Come on.
Tactical, they should take Dadaboi.
No, please. Tactical. Confirmed Port Harcourt boy, and I'm sure everybody in Port Harcourt there is certainly proud. Ponders man, tactical is a joy to watch, but a legend is a legend. I mean, Killerfreak is certainly a legend around, but I mean, at some point, you've got to give way for maybe the new guys in the scene. But look, Killerfreak is still there. I'm sure he will certainly be looking to get back on his heels. This comment from Shops is quite interesting as well. If the players are taking points off Killerfreak like this, I pity the Ghanaians.
How do you feel? How do you feel having a tactical and a guru going to face the Ghanaian contingent later in the year?
I'm quite confident, actually.
Oh!
Still confident. I'll back my boys every day, guys.
All right, chat. Let's ensure we clip this. Production, let's ensure we clip this. We'll play it sometime later this year.
I know Ghana, we are usually talk and do. When we say we'll do it, we usually do it.
So what do you guys say during the VJ final?
We didn't say we'll beat him.
Oh,
we wanted to welcome him. So
you wanted to welcome him? Aye, Charlie.
All right, guys, that's the end of round 1. There's still more to come from us. Faruk in action. He'll be playing wolevation, whilst Anif and Adefola will be doing battle. We'll take a quick word from the sponsors, so we're back. We've got more for you.
Hello, my name is Daniel, and I'm one of the co-founders at Wager. Let me tell you a story about my friend Daniel. He's probably one of the best gamers that I know at my game hub, and only those at the game hub actually know about this. Not you watching me. Another critical problem for Daniel is that he has never been able to monetize his gaming skills. And that is the same story for tens of millions of gamers out there. And this is why we built Wager. Gaming shouldn't just bring us together, but actually make us millionaires. Ready to start earning from gaming? Welcome to the new economy where gaming now pays. Join millions of gamers today at wager.co.
Represent Nigeria. Say less.
It's time.
Hold on, chat. It's the Sports Nations Cup. We're going international.
Looks like Nigeria just entered the big leagues.
To be honest, when you look at the challenges of the past and look at what he was trying to do from there, this one we're not just analyzing, this one we're participating.
Time to defend the flag.
Strategic play on a global board. Gamers, assemble. It's official. We're good to go.
points of Killerfreak has come as a major shock to everybody. But I mean, for Manny and I, we've kind of expected Tactical to really shock a lot of people in the big game. So it was kind of expected. Well, we are moving to another game where maybe there could be a major shock. I mean, Faruk is coming into this one as a major favorite, and rightly so. The man is 5 games unbeaten and is looking to carry on that streak. He's playing a wolevation who desperately needs points if he wants to stay in this elite league. I mean, Manny, that should be a tricky game for wolevation, in a sense where if he looks back on Faruk's last game against Dadaboi, where Dadaboi did actually play well. He held on to maybe preventing Faruk from pulling away. But the thing is, how long can you do that? How long can you say, okay, I'll defend and counter against players like that? It's quite impossible to do that for 90 minutes.
I mean, if there's any time where he should be taking some inspiration, it is now, because you look at how Tactical faced off against Killerfreak. It was very fearless. It was very bold. It was very direct. He took the game to Killerfreak. He didn't wait. He didn't wait to soak up the pressure. He took his chances. We're looking at some of the goals that happened during the break, me and you, and we're seeing the minimal chances, the minimal time. But the thing about Tactical, the way he was setting up, is that as soon as there's an opening for pass, he does not think about it 2 times. He has already done the business, and that's the only way you can survive in a shark-infested water. That is the elite division and the elite level. So for me, wolevation has to be taking some inspiration from that. Like, Tactical and I went to the Pro Leagues together. We were in the Gulag together. We faced
Have you finished above him?
Even finished above Tactical. So, like, if there's any time where you should be like taking some inspiration, like, okay, you know what? Maybe my style of FC is not working. Because, the thing we did mention about Pro Leagues was that he didn't necessarily play the style every other person was playing. However, as soon as he was found out, it was effective in the first 2-3 weeks. As soon as he was found out, that's when the problem started happening.
The results started going down.
The results started dipping. The form started dipping. And then, he did pick up points against the players who we expected him to pick up points against. Now he's in a different league entirely. Now the question is, how can I mirror my game to something that Guru and Tactical is playing? Very, very disciplined defense, a very, very effective attack. That's the question of the day.
No, I think on the other side of the spectrum for Faruk Wanzo, he'll be looking to just keep doing the same because it's working. Like why change it if it's working? I mean, you look at the statistics, 5 games played, 5 wins, 33 goals scored. I mean, the man is absolutely destroying his opponent. And you look at wolevation, I mean, the win percentage is quite lofty on inside Faruk's favor, but quite understandable.
This is one of those ones that we don't argue it, although I mean, I'm looking at, I think this is 16% for a draw. I think there shouldn't be any draw here anyway. This is one of those ones where you can't really argue per se, because you know that Faruk Mamzo has the ability to destroy his opponent's wolevation. 4% to win ratio for wolevation, 80 in favor of Faruk Mamzo. And after 5 games alone, this man is 5 positions ahead of wolevation. That tells you all you need to know.
I mean, if we have to take any games of wolevation that he's played extremely well, I'll go back to last week against Kingnonex. I think it was up like 3-1.
Yeah.
Then in the last minute, they kind of let it go where they ended up drawing that game. And we view Kingnonex as maybe a big shark in these types of waters because, of course, the Pro League's champion coming in. So if he can do that against those types of players, then there has to be a potential where he goes up against Faruk. One thing that you've got to notice against these types of players and take into account the fact that you have to be fearless.
Yeah.
Once they sense and they smell that panic from you, there's trouble.
It's gone.
You have to take the game to them early. Exactly what Tactical did. Soak up the pressure from the press, hit on the attacks and be quick about them. Because one thing that I've noticed as well is once you reach in front of their box on the edge and you're always recycling. And I'm not saying recycling is bad. It's very good. But the thing about these guys is you recycle, you give them time to set that defense.
Yeah.
A set defense against them, trouble. We're speaking about Tactical's goals off camera. How everything was quick passing.
Quick pass.
No resetting, no recycling.
Absolutely.
wolevation has to play like that to get a chance against Faruk Wanzo. Well, for Faruk Wanzo, it will be back to where, I mean, how things have been going for him. I mean, 5 wins out of 5. No problems about that at all. Can the OAS man keep the streak alive? And I'm sure the polls are alive in YouTube. Tell us what you think, guys. I mean, right now he's a strong candidate to go on and win the league. I mean, like he did last year. And I think he would be majority of people's favorites to go on and win the league as the way he started. And you kind of expect him to maybe put on another massive showing. Well, that's not the only game that's happening. We do have another game on the broadcast for you guys. Adefola, he's in action. He'll be playing Anif the fact that we have been speaking about Adefola in the light of where he might not be top 8 is insane. He's literally on the brink of missing out.
Yeah.
If he drop points against Anif, I think that it will spell worry sometimes, because already he's dropped points against some questionable opponents. Remember, he's lost to Dadaboi.
Yeah.
If he loses to Anif as well, wow.
You know what? Let me just take you back last year, where we were in a similar position towards the end of the elite division. It did require Adefola on the last day, the win on the last day, for him to make the cut to still stay in the elite division. That's for me, and I'm looking at how much he has. I don't think I've seen a lot of changes in terms of how he sets his team up to play in SC26 for this year's elite division. So I'm not particularly shocked that this is where we are currently at for me. But Anif for me has been the one who has not really impressed me the most. With the way he ended the Pro Leagues, I was expecting him to take the elite division by storm. However, it looks like the Hurricane has found an answer.
Well, certainly. We look at how Faruk lines up. I mean, no changes from him, and why so? I mean, the guys were playing brilliant FC. Why would he change? But, I mean, with new players introduced into the mix, maybe we'll see a couple of La Liga Team of the Season items, but he's sticking to what has been working for him. Mike Mangan and Go Palestra, Jacobo Ramon, Calafiori. I think he's one of the only few guys using that Calafiori item, so that makes him quite unique in that sense. Whilst for wolevation as well, he's using Domone. I mean, people have had their sentiments about that Domone item. I think she's still pretty good. I was looking forward to packing her in League One Team of the Season, but EA said no way. No way they are giving her to me at all. But I think she's pretty good. Playing her Cam or ST is very good. Whilst using the Team of the Season Semenyo. I like Wolevation's draft a lot. I think the midfield is balanced. Using Marione's item as well is superb. And he's playing Upamecano and Saliba. I mean, it's a very well-balanced squad.
Yep. It's not always about the players you have in the pitch. It's about how you use them and how you're able to set them up in the formation. So, I mean, all this talk is really going to be down to what happens in 90 virtual minutes on the virtual pitch between Faruk and Wolevation. Who takes the win is down to these players. But I think it's going to be a very interesting showing. I'm expecting something interesting. For me, I think right now, we've become too used to saying Faruk probably will take this one home. So I'm looking forward to something interesting. I know it sounds like I'm reaching for the stars. However, at some point you have to start like asking yourself, like, okay, you know what?
I mean, the fact that he's not lost in the National Soccer League dating back to last year makes it even incredible to think about it. If Wolevation is the first man to do that, well, I mean, there will be stories for days about how that will play out. But we were telling you guys about the other game happening as well, KD Sports and Afro Panda Esports in action. Adefola, strong favorite to take the win in this game. But we've seen him in games like this where he's been unable to produce. One of the goods of the FC scene here pull through. Well, for Anif, it's been a disappointing campaign for him. Seeing to the fact that, look, last year in the Pro Leagues, I think he played well. But this year, it's just been a different change of format. And I think the game mechanics have just not favored him in some sorts with maybe the new updates. He's not been able to play as quick as he likes. And look, one thing about Anif's game, the word you use is carefree. Yeah. He doesn't care what is happening at all. And he will play with that explosion, the space that he likes, those through balls that are just not working for him, though. But one thing that he has to go into this game with a lot of confidence. Say, you know what, this is the perfect time to play Adefola.
I actually agree with you.
He's not confident. He's not playing the best of his FC. If you get one goal in, you plant doubt into his head.
Yeah. I mean, in the past few days, game days, we have seen a different type of Adefola, emotion field, a very charged one. Like an Adefola is reacting now instead of always being calm. We'll see on camera. So that sort of gives you an idea of how and where the man's mental state is currently when it comes to the game itself. So I agree with you. For Anif, this is the perfect time to go up against an Adefola.
Well, certainly. I mean, I'm looking at Adefola's draft. I think every single week Adefola has changed the striker. I think every single week he's made a change. We've seen him use Hendrick once. We've seen him use Peanut once.
I mean,
and
we
now
didn't complain about the Hendrick.
Domone, exactly. Now he's going to Domone. Not necessarily the team of the season item. I think that's a full birthday card, Domone. Quite interesting stats he's got on here as well. He's playing harder at the cam. Wow. I mean, everybody that I've seen use harder is already playing here. It's usually playing here on the right side or at the striker position, but that's something to look out for from Adefola. I know he likes being very unique. And Adnif's draft, I mean, once I always see Adnif's team, I'm like, do I really trust these players? But hey, if it works, it works. Up top, Kanjinga, look, I raise my hands. I packed Kanjinga, used there. I wasn't the biggest fan. Okay. So I might be giving her a second chance with how Anif used to say 8 games. So that is from League One team of the season, guys. I'm still not seeing La Liga team of the season so far. The only one I saw was from Killerfreak and Eva Pajo. So if you guys have packed anything from La Liga team of the season, let us know in the chat. Let's see how things are going for you guys. But very, very balanced draft as well from Anif for player Jebade, Shelling, Stanway, McTominay as well. Kasparaj at right back, I've been hearing good things about her as well. And the ever-present Nico O'Reilly. This is the National Esoccer Elite League, brought to you by KD Sports in partnership with Wager, OAS Esports, You Gave Me, Game Evolution Studios as well. We've got Esports Africa News, Game Pride, Ayo, Trace, all these partners coming on board to make this one a wonderful, wonderful event. And Manny, I mean, the three weeks have flown by so quickly. I can't believe after this week we are going into the final weekend.
I mean, time does fly by when you're having loads of fun. But I can tell you guys, if you think the 3 weeks we've got giving you are fun-filled, wait until day 2 of week 4. Wait until the last weekend. Every single time it gets down to crunch time, you know it is nothing but the very, very
I like the fact that there are battles everywhere. Yeah. First of all, we are looking at, okay, who win the league overall? Yeah. Then top 4 comes into conversation because top 4 there's like a different prestige. Yeah, you could potentially play Ghana, you could potentially play Abuja versus Lagos as well. Then there's top 8, that priority of staying in the league, and there's a big question mark. Look, even for a guy like Killerfreak, can we start asking the question? Can he stay in the Elite League? Because with this number of losses, he's had about 4 losses already. To Wolevation, Badji, Mitchell, and now Tactical. It begs the question: can he stay in the Elite League? There's that, and then of course there's guys at the bottom who are also fighting to come up the table. There's just a little bit of quick statistics for you guys to know how some of these players are faring. And I mean, you look at Guru's statistics, everything is green and white, as expected. He's in a positive situation now, currently top of the table. I think the position will be updated pretty soon. But the man is playing out of his mind.
It's insane what he's been able to achieve in the past 2 game weeks, even in weekends where Badji was also shining. He was also doing a whole lot of job in the background, and that's why it seems like he has flown straight in to the very top. Badji is still maintaining the goals record, 49 goals scored by Badji as at last week. Kaykay 43, Mitchell second with 48 goals. Well, at the end of this game day, I'm sure we'll be having a different update on the goals scored. Killerfreak now has 39 goals scored, Guru 38, Dadaboi 37, Tactical 36, and Faruk 33 after 5 games played.
Well, certainly just quick statistics to keep you guys in the loop of everything that's happening in the league. Look, time without number, we've had this league produce crazy moments, and they've produced players who not a lot of people knew about. Look at last year, maybe the standout player that not a lot of people knew about was Rufai. The fact that, I mean, people attributed his play style to just playing online, came on LAN and produced at a very high level. Though this year as well, I think the standout player has certainly been Tactical and Guru. The fact that not a lot of people knew their names, but now they've more or less become like household names within the Nigerian FC scene, should tell you the benefits of playing in such a league. And I know people do hold it in high esteem, and I'm telling you, it only gets better from here in Nigeria, as it seems like the guys are getting ready to get into the action. Well, a quick word from, I believe, You Gave Me, a new powerhouse in esports that you need to know about. You're watching all of these guys, Faruk, Killerfreak, Adefola, you're looking at Badji Jr., Mitchell, Guru, Tactical, and the way they are playing. And you're asking yourself, how do I play like this? Well, You Gave Me has got you covered. At this point, they've got the man Faruk Manzo in a massive partnership, of course, through OAS Esports. He says he's going to show you how to play like him. So on your screen, there's just You Gave Me telling you about the amazing product that they've got for you. You want to play like Faruk Manzo, just go on, download You Gave Me and be a part of that family. So that's just a quick word to you guys out there who want to play like the champ. I mean, Manny, I know you dream to play like the champ.
I was going to ask you if you think I still have a chance. I still have a shot. I mean, this is for genuinely people who are looking at some of the things happening right now on the screen and telling themselves or asking themselves, you know what? It wouldn't be so bad. I mean, if I can set myself up like this man, and Ajibade misses the first chance of the game.
I saw that reaction from Wolevation. That's a huge sigh of relief because you don't want to go down in the first 5 minutes. That just puts too much pressure on you. You want to at least settle into the game, but that's not the approach Faruk and Co. they use at all. They want to really stamp the authority in the game in the first couple of minutes. And for Wolevation, he certainly has his work cut out for him. Look, he's not out of the race of top 8 Wolevation. I think he's just on the peripherals. If he can manage to get a result in this game, everybody's eyes and the attention will certainly be drawn to that man right there.
I agree, but the beautiful thing about FC is all you need sometimes is a plan and a good day, and you can be able to dethrone any single person any single time. But let's see if the king is going to be leaving his crown out for Wolevation today. Wolevation, a legend also in Nigerian FC. He's been at the games for a very long time. I think I met him first time in FIFA. That was 2023. He competed in the FIFA Championship. That one was for the bankers, and it was really an interesting while. Now here is Faruk toying a little bit with Wolevation. That's the only way I could possibly, put that one into perspective. As Semenyo, we're seeing him on the left, unlike the right, where we used to see him consistently.
Well, I mean, that's the beauty about that card. He can play in several positions on the post Wolevation.
Wow.
Could have drawn first blood in this one, and that's the first warning sign. So Faruk Manzo that, you know what, I might not be at the top of the table, but I can cause you problems elsewhere though. Faruk!
Oh, Faruk will say, you know what, I know what you're trying to do today. Let me ensure I score this one to ensure that no part of a comeback or a shock is thought about.
I mean, that's the difficulty about playing against these types of opponents. And it makes me remember that goal that Killerfreak scored against, his first goal against Tactical today. It was when Tactical tried to score.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Immediately you try to score, you miss the chance. That's when you're at your most vulnerable, and that's just what happened to Wolevation in that situation. It's absolutely insane. Adefola asking, when last did Faruk lose? Well,
I mean,
with respect to the National Esoccer League, he hasn't lost. He only drew that game to Rufai. But, I mean, he has lost some games. Maybe this year and other tournaments that he's played.
I would say for all games organized by K, the last time was in the finals of K 24.
Yeah. I think
where he did play against Killerfreak. Yeah, where Killerfreak was able to win his first ever major championship in Nigeria.
But this man's record is absolutely insane. Wow. Wolevation, great move!
That's what we came here for. Wow, that's beautiful, man. That's what we came here for. That's exactly what I wanted to see. And I love the fact that he wasn't particularly phased, the goalkeeper coming outside.
Yeah.
He picked his spots, did his job, and did it very well. Low driven efforts. Keeper has nothing to say about that one. 1-1. That is how we currently stand right now.
I mean, 20 minutes in, and we could not have asked for anything better. We are kind of used to seeing maybe Faruk Manzo pull away from his opponent in the first couple of minutes, but not this case at all. Wolevation playing like a confident man, like a man who can sniff out results. I told you guys earlier that he played a brilliant game against Kingnonex. It's just in the final minutes where he fell short and he had to share the spoils. But he has that dog in him. He has that potential to upset the big players in him. Well, can he do that here today? Faruk on the peripherals once more with Sa. And just the patience from him. And the fact that he can use those player locks to always create spaces. Speaking of those player locks,
sir,
that angle was as acute as ever.
Yes, sir.
I mean, money from the blind that you'd say Wolevation defended that pretty well.
I mean, he did do everything he needed to do in that point in time, but Faruk Manzo,
what more can you do?
Listen, I sometimes I look at these guys and I have a little bit of pity on them because this was actually good defending. Although the last pass there should have been blocked better, but regardless, that one was.
This is what we call in the NBA great defense, but just better offense. And the offense is blazing. The man who has scored the most goals in the number of games played continues this absolutely insane surge forward.
3-1 already, 25 minutes in this one. and it already looks like Faruk Mamzo is running away with this one. 3-1 is what we currently stand at for Faruk Mamzo. Well, for me, I'm looking at this one and say, if Wolevation got the first goal, then there's a possibility for him to get another one.
I mean, free kick situation, the last time we saw Wolevation score an absolutely brilliant free kick. It made it to the top goals of the week. He didn't go direct. Tried to go short, and it's an interesting pass to Domonde. I think he was trying to catch the OASC sports player, maybe by surprise, but Faruk alert to the danger and in the right place at the right time defensively. And just look at on the break right now, the spaces with which this man could find Ajabade again.
Oh, this time around, the goalkeeper just doing enough to get that ball out of the danger zone. Corner kick routine.
I mean, Faruk now just playing like a man who's got the ball on the straight. There's Pina as a Zibol. I mean, I totally agree with you. Wolevation can win, but he needs to take risk. The thing is, how much risk can you take against Faruk Mamzo? Because the more risk you take means the more space you leave in behind. So you've got to, all I have to say is, you can take those risks, but you've got to be clinical with those risks that you take. It has to come off something. Or even if you're not going to score, the ball has to go out for a corner or maybe a goal kick so you can have a set defense. But once it comes back, being in transition, without Faruk uses directional runs and player lock, my friend, you're in trouble. Bro, don't let him get on transition at all. Wolevation though is cooking something special. Just crowded in that area. I thought it was going low driven across.
I was expecting a low driven in that point in time. But it is just the thing about the directed ones is, as you can see right now on your screen, he has turned off the arrow. So if you're not aware of how the directed ones work, this time around is not needed. Pina gets the goal, and it is bye-bye Wolevation. 4-1 already in the first half. I mean, incredible stuff for me. But going back to the directed ones conversations, I think every single person who wants to take FC seriously has to go and learn directed ones. And learn is so good that you can turn the arrows off, so your opponents don't have an indication of where you are trying to direct your opponents. Because if you're watching Faruk play, on the surface, it looks like he's only doing player lock, but he's combining the directed ones first, then doing the player lock after. And once he has triggered your player into making a move in terms of the defense, this is how this man has been able to unlock so many defenses across.
I mean, if you are hearing all of what Mandy is saying and it sounds like too much for it, it's quite simple. The directed runs is quite simple. If you are playing, you know the L1 triggers a run, and the run usually goes in a straight line. If you want him to move right, just flick your right stick to the right. If you want him to move left, flick it to the left. Wow. Adefola versus Anif, totally going crazy, and it looks like Adefola up 4-3, 7 goals in the first half, money. That's crazy. Insane stuff from that game. But yeah, just a quick tip on the directional ones, and of course for player lock, L3 out3 to lock onto the player that you want to pass to, and you can always switch it, just like how Faruk is doing on this possession. Look, if Wolevation can get this back to maybe a 2-goal deficit, then maybe something can come out of this game. But once it's still 3 heading into the second half, I mean, it will look difficult from that stage on out.
I mean, I agree entirely with you. It's just 38 minutes in, and we are already 3 goals to go, 4-1. It looks like on the score sheet. The next goal should definitely be Wolevation if he is interested in taking anything out of this game entirely. Sa for Faruk. Sa again. That byline biding his time. Holding on to the ball just a little bit too much. I'm talking about what we were saying earlier on. I mean, if you're watching all of this and wondering to yourself, how can I get this good? That's why YouGame is here. This is an opportunity for you to now sign up with some of the pros and learn directly from them. The only person that can make Faruk uncomfortable in this tournament is Kingnonex and Tactical. Well, Guru also, the way he's
Killerfreak.
Follows his man.
I mean,
I don't know.
I think he maybe came closest to beat him aside Rufai last year. So I mean, that's something to note down as well. I know Killerfreak has not had the best of campaigns. You should not be writing him off this early as we approach final minutes into this first half. Can Wolevation work something out here as he's making roads? There's Osimhen. That's left by himself alone on an island. You cannot be doing that against the Faruk Marshall's defense, as it will tend to yet another counter-attacking situation for Faruk Mamzo. Just look at how he operates on that side by Wolevation. Diligently defending and has everybody in pole position to make that block.
Well, very important block it is, as he would have the last say. The first half, Whoa, the referee decides he wants to keep this one going on for a
I
bit.
mean, he has to throw it quickly. He can't throw it to the back. I mean, did try it, then just had to force that pass out of situation. And that one will end for the first half. It was only kind of tricky in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Faruk Manzo totally blown this game out of proportions and makes it 4-1 to him. We've not really seen a game where going into halftime, Faruk is down or even it's at a draw. Usually he's up by a goal or two.
I mean, the defending champion, I think, has shown all of us why he is the defending champion and why he was definitely in Morocco trying to get himself a good space to go and represent Nigeria at the World Cup.
Well. All of this action coming to you live from KD Sports YouTube, live from Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you to see of the Game Evolution production team, one of the top tier ones here in Nigeria, not just in Nigeria, across the whole of Africa. There goes Wolevation to find the finish. And he sneaks one past the goalkeeper. That's the way you start the second half.
Yeah, with so much intention, with so much carrying, so much poise, and the clinical ability there. I mean, this is the second time we've seen him in this position. The first time he didn't take that low-driven shot. Now he's possibly seeing the light, and he's going to be taking all of the chances he gets. That's the only way you can have any sort of result against a man like Faruk Mamzo. Talk about that man, Carl. They attempted a left-footed finesse beyond the goalkeeper. Just didn't go this time around.
Wolevation always looked at that middle to try to stop it. Faruk trying to be cute about that one. I get it from that angle, but I've seen people force a finesse from there and it has still
it's Pina.
worked. I mean, it is Pina. Maybe the most deadly card in this game. And I mean, the team of the season version is out, guys. I think it's very, very expensive. Above like 3 million coins, I think. Maybe the price has been dropping. But I mean, Pina, we all know how deadly she is with a low-driven finesse. So I was expecting Faruk to maybe kind of force the situation. But you know this man, he likes being perfect as a Wolevation. He's got to be careful.
Wow.
Decides to clear his lines, but under massive pressure. Wolevation again. We use the player lock on his own. And that time, the one-time through, I like the deep run from McTominay, but Faruk following him all the way in there.
Oh, see the intricate passes being put together by Faruk Mamzo, left, right, center. There's always something happening by this man. Oh, low-driven efforts. He replies as we have another update in the game between Anif and Adefola. That one is going bonkers. 5-4 Adefola currently leading as goals. Yeah.
9 goals is crazy.
I tell you.
Today we've kind of had low-scoring games in the first round.
Yeah,
but this second round, 9 goals in that one, 7 goals in this one.
Yeah.
Totally opposite.
Absolutely. That's the thing about marathons. You don't necessarily know what you're going to get. You just have to be present, be there, step up every single time you're called, and do your part of the business. Here's Wolevation. It's 5-2 already.
I mean, Wolevation still keeps pushing and he still keeps committing bodies forward. That's why I've seen that massive gap of space right in between his midfield and the defense where Faruk kind of is exploiting. I mean, Adefola now trying to pull away from Anif, and they've got word that Leonard Carl's Keller will make it 6-4, and the man who desperately needs the win to stay in the top eight, and Wolevation will not go away.
This man is refusing to go down without a fight. That is absolutely what we love to see. Keep taking the game to your opponent. You're currently down by 2 goals. You have nothing to lose. Keep taking the game to Faruk Mamzo, and that's possibly the only way you can get something out of this one.
I mean, and all of his goals are well deserving as well.
I mean, Faruk's jaw dropped a little bit. I mean, I'm not sure he was expecting that one at all.
Palestra on the right hand side. Look, one thing that Wolevation I think has done well is with his build up when scoring those goals. They've looked clean as ever, because you've seen multiple times where people play against Faruk where the build up isn't necessarily there, and that's where they struggle. Or maybe commentators scares coming there as that build up was not as smooth. But once their build up is not smooth, you give Faruk the chance to play you in transition, and that's where he's at his deadliest. As we see yet another transition opportunity to Pina. Number 6. Anytime Wolevation looks like he's creeping ever closer, Faruk says, not on my watch, not today. I'm not giving up my streak today. And he continues in fine form.
Faruk Mamzo, this man doing the bit of the business that he came here for. I mean, I'm looking at it, I'm looking at OAA Sports, how they're able to pick this man and how proud they will be of his achievements in the past 2 years. It is incredible. 60 we have currently on the scoreboard. Not just 60, but an opportunity for Faruk to make back-to-back champion, never seen before at all in the Nigerian esports industry.
I mean, certainly, it looks like a man poised to retain his crown, because 6 wins out of a possible 6 is indeed the perfect way to start. Everybody was questioning whether the form coming in from Morocco is still there. I mean, I guess he's answered your question, guys. Even if maybe he's not played the top 6 guys yet, I think he's really played well against the guys who are maybe outside of the top, because he's still yet to play a tactical, still yet to play a budgie, still yet to play a Killerfreak. He's only played Adefola, I believe. I don't think he's even played Mitchell yet.
Kingnonex, yeah.
Exactly. So there are like really big games for Faruk to come. Guru still to come later today. So there is something to watch. But one thing about this man is he looks at the opponent in front of him, and right now he's tearing apart wolevation.
Wolevation doesn't know what hit him. It does feel like a train wreck against that man's tempo right now. 7-3 it is. 4 goals separating both players and both teams on the virtual pitch. Wolevation 3, Faruk 7. At some point, do you think that this one could have the potential of switching things around for Wolevation as soon as that third goal went in? But Faruk Mamzo quickly and almost immediately cancelling our thoughts out, as he will go possibly for what will be his 8th goal if he's able to get this one over the line. My goodness.
Pause cued from Wolevation just to switch up a couple of things. I mean, when we get a quick glance at that Adefola and Eve game with that one sitting at 6-4, it almost feel like there might be a little bit more drama in that game heading towards the final minutes. I currently tuned into Nigeria's finest FC league, the National Esoccer League, brought to you by KD Sports, where 13 of the best, of course, every single one of them has had to earn their spot. Faruk, in your shots there, is here courtesy of him being champion last year. Wolevation in your shot is here because he was a top guy in the Pro League. And I did say we should check on this game quickly, because Anif has pulled one back and it's down to just 1 goal lead for Adefola. Are we about to see yet another crazy one? I mean, right now, we want to see what that final minute of that game, as if production can pull it up for us really quickly to see how the final moments of that one is going. Adefola cannot afford to even draw that game. He has to win.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about him qualifying for the elite division next season, that is a 3 point that he has to take home today, especially against Anite. He has been in a pole position for that game throughout. He's been very, very consistent, scored a lot of goals. You cannot now afford to lose that game, especially in the dying embers. We did see him lose it up against a couple other opponents in the elite leagues, and how much it affected him mentally and psychologically. He has to ensure that this one does not follow suit also. 7-3 right now, Faruk. He's going for 8 possibly. The corner routine drops down McTominay, and we see that bruiser plus being used by Matteo there.
I mean, Wolevation did try his best, especially in that first half, to keep himself in this game, but you can only do so much against these types of players in this type of form. Faruk Manzo, they're showing elite levels of gameplay here in this league. His offense just looks brilliant. Wow. Chances like these from Wolevation not going in, I mean, tells you
I'm expecting
the whole
Wolevation
story.
to take 1 step, 2 step, try the low-driven efforts across the far post. But this time around, he just rushes it a little bit. And that's what happens when you're playing against top players. You sort of start overthinking every single thing, because you're expecting them to anticipate your moves, and then you're missing out on the basic enjoyment of FC 26.
I mean, the basics might be quite simple on the eye, but once you master those basics, you are like 50% done. Then you add all of these new things that work in the game, and certainly you become a very, very good player. And that's what we see from a guy like Faruk as he goes on yet another offensive barrage. Is that onside? It is.
Yes.
I mean, watching him do his work sometimes feels easy on the air, because it felt like it was offside, because you're treating like 2 players in the mix. But his substitute Soloth adding to the goals. And almost every single game, we see him bring on this solo, and almost every single time he's on the score sheet.
Yep. I mean, I think Diogo Simeone should come and take some lessons from Faruk Manzo on how to utilize that man up top. He knows how to feed him the balls in those danger areas. And that's the thing we're talking about in the Killerfreak game. If you do remember, when we were talking about, maybe it was the fact that he didn't allow the 4-4-1-1 to really grind well with it before he moved on. So that's why he was struggling. Shop says Faruk's finishing has improved significantly since last year. He barely misses chances now. I think while Shops has a thing, but I think the difference is he's finding a way to ensure that he's more balanced. Last year he was more of all-out attacking, so you can see it consistently where opponents would score him consistently, 4 goals, 5 goals, but he was outscoring them. It was like, you know, I know you can score 4, but I'm going to score 9. That's what Faruk was going for usually in the last year early division. But as you can see now, it's more like a balanced approach to things. He wants to know where this is happening. He wants to know where the other one is happening, where the danger ball is going to be happening, and he wants to snuff it out early.
I think I have like a different angle to go at this from that comment coming from Shops, and I kind of agree with it a little, because you look at last year's iteration of the game, and I don't think it's necessarily maybe a Faruk thing. As wolevation will get one back. You look at last year's iteration of the game and how Faruk scored goals. Trivela outside of the box.
Yeah.
Finesse outside of the box.
Naturally,
those types of goals have a lesser percentage of going in than the type of goals that Faruk scores now.
Okay.
How many times do we see Faruk take the shot outside of the box these days?
Not so much.
Not so many. He's always working for his chances to be in the box. So that's why you're seeing maybe a higher conversion rate.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the conversion rate is way higher because the chances that he's creating have a better chance of going in. It's just like if you watch basketball, if you shoot your shots in the paint and close to the rim, you have a higher chance. That's why you see centers every time their field goal percentage is like 60, 70. As Faruk Manzo, goal number 10 on the board. You see centers with their shooting percentage 60, 70%. But guys like maybe Stephen Curry, guys like Damian Lillard who shoot from the 3-point line and way outside, usually their field goal percentage is like around 50, sometimes even 40. They take the high risk shot. But Faruk Manzo, he's playing with perfection, shooting in the box. And I mean, the goals keep on coming. That's 10 goals in yet another game. I think he certainly passed Baji Jr. when it comes to the goals leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm sure by the time we're going to be looking at the goals ranking, the goals leaderboard at the end of game week 4, we're going to be seeing a different beast at the very, very top. That is the game between wolevation and Faruk Manzo. Also, the game between Adefola and Anife has already ended, and I believe that one ended in a win for Adefola, 5-4. It did look like that was what it ended. As you can see, wolevation, you know, just having a quick moment to himself to breathe, re-strategize. He has another game later on today, while Faruk will be moving on also to play another game later on today. So I tell you guys, this action, we are just getting started. We are cooking something in the studio. We have so many big games coming up right after the break. But before we go into the break, let's just see some interesting comments here again. Shaw says they can't let him go unbeaten again. I mean, I'm sure he's talking about Faruk Manzo.
Yeah, certainly. I mean,
I don't know if it's up to the players. Because it does seem like everybody has come up against him so far, so would have come with an idea, but he has faced
exactly. They've not had any answers. I think it might be up to the players a bit in how they approach their games against Faruk Manzo, but I mean, we'll see how it all goes. I've seen people kind of pitching that Kingnonex could be the one that stops Faruk Manzo. Speaking of Kingnonex, well, he is up next in the game. Usually we have concurrent games, but but this time around it's just one game on the broadcast for the round 3, and he's coming up against a wounded Killerfreak. Killerfreak who just lost 3-2. Yeah. He's going up against Kingnonex next. I need 2 predictions from you guys. First of all, tell me who wins that game in the chat right now, and also head on to Instagram, KD Sports Channel, put your prediction there. So once you win, you get money. And now I want to ask you the question: does Killerfreak make top 4? When we come back, we'll hear Manny's thoughts about that. We'll be reading out your thoughts about that in the comments as well. The question is, will Killerfreak make top 4? We'll be back with all of the answers as he faces Kingnonex next, right after this break.
Your story about my friend Daniel. He's probably one of the best gamers that I know at my game hub, and only those at the game hub actually know about this. Not you watching me. Another critical problem for Daniel is that he has never been able to monetize his gaming skills. And that is the same story for tens of millions of gamers out there. And this is why we built Wager. Gaming shouldn't just bring us together, but actually make us millionaires. Ready to start earning from gaming? Welcome to the new economy where gaming now pays. Join millions of gamers today at wager.co.
Well, it's been impeccable FC we've seen already from some of these players showing what they have at the very highest level. But we'll jump and turn our attentions to another big game we've got upcoming. Another top 8 clash, by the way. Killerfreak, not being the best of performances from him throughout the whole of the league. He's coming off the back of a loss to Tactical. He's played one of the guys from the Pro League. This was, I think, Killerfreak's first game against one guy from the Pro Leagues. And I mean, it's shown throughout that there might be a little bit of a chink in his armor. Now he's playing the guy who actually won the Pro League. Kingnonex, it's not going to be easy at all.
I mean, if you're looking at what Kingnonex has done so far in this competition, you definitely expect Kingnonex to sort of mirror what Tactical has already done. Tactical has laid the blueprints. All you need to do is just follow the blueprints. I think this is where Killerfreak is in a dangerous position. He's a hunter that is now being hunted. Everybody wants to have a statement win against this man. For some of the guys, even if they don't go on to win this whole championship, just the fact that they took some serious points off Killerfreak is enough for them, going forward for the rest of the year.
I mean, man, you speak about they've already laid the blueprint. I mean, you've written an exam where someone has slided the paper to you to copy work, but
Listen.
they see where they go. So sometimes the blueprints might be there, but copying it is the problem. I mean, copying it to the problem. Maybe your time you're about to copy them. Invigilator they walk by.
Yeah. So you have to be quick one.
You have to be quick with it. But that's what we've got for the agenda for round 3. That's the only game actually happening at this point. Killerfreak versus Kingnonex. Guys who won trophies, guys who've been in final, semi-final. This match right here can be a final of any tournament here in Nigeria, and it's about to be a banger. You look across the win percentages and you can tell why it is indeed that close. Do you agree with them?
Yeah, I mean, totally agree with it because Kingnonex currently is on a run. Killerfreak is one who has had 4 losses. Kingnonex has played 6 games and only lost 1. He's drawn 2, but he has won 3. That tells you how important and how good he sets the team up going forward. I mean, you're looking at the point tally, it's not so different. 12 points for Killerfreak, 11 for Kingnonex. Kingnonex, like I said earlier on, we were looking at this as a statement win, a statement match for him. All he needs to do is just be fearless. Like the way he has always played, Kingnonex is always fearless, always takes the game to his opponent. If you can mirror that strategy today, if you can replicate that against a Killerfreak who currently is going through a whole lot of emotions, this is not familiar territory. Back-to-back losses is not where this man wants to be at the moment. Well, that is possibly the only way Kingnonex can get something out of this one. 47% win percentage for Kingnonex, 30 for Killerfreak. Let's see what it means at the end of the day in the virtual pitch.
Oh, certainly. Look, Kingnonex has to be looking at this game and saying to himself, I've got a serious chance of winning this one. And then where you expect him to kind of perform, he should be able to take some of those opportunities. And look, we've seen time without number where Kingnonex has also played in games where it's kind of been questionable, but he's had to grind out results. If he can pull up that type of situation against Killerfreak, I think he can walk away with something. I mean, Manny, you were surprised with how...
Listen, I've not seen this so far. So
the formation is...
This is interesting for me. 2 cams, 2 DMs, and wing play just doesn't seem to be there right now for Kingnonex. Interesting to me to see this. I wonder what is his strategy going into this one. I guess we'll find out once we begin early on.
I mean, Kingnonex, look, his style is kind of on the eye. It doesn't look maybe too flashy. It doesn't look too like he has too many things working for him. He just deals with the basics. I mean, I think he does the player lock, but you don't see it too many times. He does the direction runs, but you don't see it too many times. But the fundamentals are always there. His passing is very good. His defense is on lock as well. If he can put all of those things together, you know he can bother Killerfreak in that manner. But playing a Killerfreak at this time where you know he needs a win, I mean, that's a different ball game altogether. Kingnonex, I mean, the man from the south. The last time the KD Sports, I remember they posted the content about Abuja versus Lagos, who are the better players. I saw Kingnonex commenting in the comments. He says the South is greater. Do you actually think the South is greater? Because I mean, if Tactical is playing this way, and I know Tactical is from Port Harcourt, which I believe is from the South. Kingnonex as well from the South. Dadaboi from the South. Kaykay from the South. I mean, money. We're seeing some players who are showing that the South has got something to offer as well.
I mean, I see what he's saying. But the beauty about it is the South is just coming up, and so far so good. They need to now start backing it up with major trophies. To be fair, now the South has Challengers Cup. Now the South has the Pro Leagues Cup. Now the South has some little cups here and there. But this is the best time for you to make a statement win for the South. Anyways, we're going to be looking into the cards with the most picked cards for week 3 submissions. Scott McTominay, that's the guy we said we have seen from week 1.
And look, it's not just here. I think it's across the world as well. Scott McTominay, if you remember when his card was actually released into the game, part of team of the season in the Serie A, he was around like 500k, I believe 600k. The price has actually bumped up to 939k, I believe.
Whoa.
Kindly check for bin. So it's showing that everybody's buying into the idea that this guy is a box-to-box crasher. Palestra, the fact that he's the other bruiser on him makes him one of the finest right backs you find in the game. Jacobo Ramon, I think if you're looking at budget defender to use, you don't have the 500k of this world to spend on a defender. He's your go-to guy. Nico Riley, I mean, the guy's just been superb throughout. So I mean, those are the cards that guys have been using. If you're looking to find maybe cheap items, if you're looking to find players that are under 1 million, because I think I can confidently say that every single player here will cost you maybe less than 1 million, maybe outside of Schweinsteiger and Schelling, who may be slightly above 1 million. The rest you can certainly afford. So you're looking for cheap cards to use in your weekend league, in your rivals as well. Those are the items that you can certainly go for in your squads.
Well, it's one thing to get the squads, it's one thing to get the cards, and it's another thing to know how best to use them, which is why we are preaching the good news of the UGamey, our new sponsor for this year's Elite League, where you can go on and learn from the pros how and exactly what they do in-game that distinguishes them for every other noob that plays FC26. So head on to their website at the moment and begin to find some of this interesting materials that will help you elevate your game to the next level. And hopefully we get to see some of you guys from home next year in the Challengers Cup, in the Pro Leagues, in the Onili Tournament, and in the Elite Division.
Well, certainly, I mean, you can definitely head on there and have your fair share of the coaching lessons that are ongoing. Killerfreak versus Kingnonex. We've already built this one up perfectly to tell you guys, I know this is indeed a big game. And look, you cast your mind back to when Kingnonex was making his elevation within the FC scene here in Nigeria. One thing that we said about him was, he was playing kickoff and he was playing well. But there was one friendly match that he played that I think put the spotlight on him, and it was against this same man, Killerfreak. I think he went all the way from where he was living to, I believe, was it Tommy Day's house, where they played online, him and Killerfreak. I know Killerfreak did win, but the word coming out from Tommy Day and Killerfreak was that, yo, this guy's about to cause trouble.
The truth.
And since then, he's been causing trouble. PSM champion. We've got a Pro Leagues champion as well. The aura about him has been insane. But in as much as we've had tight games around, there have been games that have not been close at all. And as it stands, Kaykay has one of the biggest wins. Look, there are games that we've seen one player score more than 13 goals, but we're looking at the biggest win margins.
Yeah.
Kaykay won beat Dadaboi by 13 goals to 1. They just ended margin. Faruk Manzo game against wolevation also makes the cut 10-4. Mitchell against Anif, I mean, that was quite surprising that Anif couldn't get a single goal. That was 7-0. Wow, so Kingnonex versus Oga, 8 goals to 2. I mean, 9-minute house, you kind of expect some of these results to come.
I agree with you. But some of the results there, just like, I mean, the Kingnonex versus Mr. Oga, I didn't expect that one to be an 8-2. I was expecting something different, maybe an 8-4, 7-5, something that would have shown how much Mr. Oga really did try in that game. But the Kaykay versus Dadaboi one is the one that had all of us aghast for a very long time. If you do remember that game, it went all wrong for Kaykay from Dadaboi from the very get-go, from the opening whistle. The game went beyond him. Well, here are the registered organizations. KD Sports with their athletes Adefola by Game Evils Esports has 2 athletes in the competition, Baji Junior and Killerfreak. Breaking gaming barriers has wolevation, while Phoenix Sports Esports has Mitchell on their roster.
Well, certainly Outlaws Esports invested in Dadaboi heavily, I believe, a couple of years ago, and they've not looked back with him. He's doing tremendous things to them. Lumo Habs, Kaykay has been doing them proud ever since, all the way from Akwa Ibom. FunQuest Esports announced this year they're adding Tactical to their roster, and I believe it's one of the best signings out there here in Nigeria, and the hottest man currently, Kingnonex. So, yeah, I mean, if you look at the standings and you want to see how the teams are faring, of course, Game Evil will be number 1 because they have Killerfreak and Bajijina, so they'll have a lot of points. But you look at Yakubu Global, the likes of Mitch, Faruk, Tactical, all those guys are playing some tremendous FC as we await that game between Killerfreak and Kingnonex to begin. Look, in as much as we said that, Killerfreak has not had the best of campaigns one thing that we cannot doubt has always been his offense. I think in every single game, we are seeing 2 goals or more from him. And if he can keep up with that, that will certainly be perfect. We have left off in this one.
Yep.
Killerfreak, after losing his recent game, will come up against the Pro League's champion, Kingnonex. This should be a big one.
Big one indeed. Killerfreak, wounded lion versus a statement maker, Kingnonex, looking to see if he can take some chink off the legend himself. It's all down to the wire now. 90 in-game minutes is all that required for Kingnonex to get something out of this one.
Should the approach from Killerfreak change? Should be the question. I remember against Tactical, the first 20 minutes, the press was insane. And we also saw a comment coming from one of the guys in the right in front of our eyes. The Pro League's champion strikes first.
Talk about piling on the pressure on the man. How are we going to explain to the Ghanaians that the guy who won the VGA grade has lost 5? Has now lost 5 in. I
mean, it's not 5 minutes, just 8 minutes.
I mean, if this does potentially, that would be insane. And I'm sure some of the...
that goal from Kingnonex there teaches you a lot of things, patience. Because one thing that Killerfreak did very well was when Kingnonex went to the wing, he did what we've been preaching about these days. Use your team press to compact that midfield. But even when he compacted that midfield, Kingnonex had the patience to find the space, recycle, get back into position. And when I say recycle, don't just recycle and go back to your defenders.
Yeah.
Recycle with intent. And that's what he did right there. It gives him the lead in this game. And like we say, Kingnonex with the lead is a different beast altogether.
Well,
he rarely gives up leads. And look at him go again. This man has the ball on a string. It feels like poetry emotion at this point. No next.
The angle so tight. I love the fact that Killerfreak was able to limit the space for Shelling to work with. I mean, if that one had gone in, that would have definitely been something. Go see me now. Decides to pass the ball out. Oh, this defense is like all over the place at the moment, trying to sort of neutralize all that Kingnonex has and create something of its own. Wow, the player look here by Killerfreak so good, but the man, the Pro League champion, just not falling for the tricks and the wiles of Killerfreak there. Wow. You know, so we do talk about this a whole lot of times about how it does feel like maybe Killerfreak and some of the other guys from the previous years, it seems like they have dropped down. But if you look at it holistically, it also tells you how much these other guys have improved. The ability to defend the way they are currently defending, the ability to hold on to the ball with the way they're holding on to the ball, it is insane. I can't believe there was a conversation going on about some of the guys from the Pro Leagues not being able to make it into the Elite Division's top 4. Wow.
Well, the defense has certainly improved because the difference is actually crazy in personnel and in performances. Last year, Killerfreak did not lose a single game right until the final day when he lost to Faruk. And the manner in which he was winning. The only time I remember him maybe struggling in the game was against Anderson, where he went to the wire, where I think he drew that game. Apart from that, I mean, every single game he led like 3 or 4 goals. But that's not the case here. He's only had a couple of results where he's led by 5. Every other game, he's not been able to have it comfortable. And he might have more on his hands here. Brilliant moving. I think he overdid it a bit. Could have attempted the shot from that angle. Kingnonex, I mean, he's feeling certainly confident when he's going at Killerfreak in those types of positions. The game evil man looking for the response. Killerfreak with an interesting skill move. You don't usually see that in these types of situations where you're down by a goal.
Well, for Kingnonex, he's gotten to set the opener. Great job done. But the next thing to do has to be to get the second goal. If he doesn't get it, he has not done the job he needs to do, because the man he's up against is still the very legendary Killerfreak, and that man knows how to cook attacks of his own as soon as he enters free-flowing stage, just like it looks like he might be getting into right now. Carl has the ball, but the last pass, final pass, just quite lacking.
It's just been non-existent. And we're so used to seeing Killerfreak be decisive in the box, where this time around, it feels like there's a little bit of luck in the way he's playing, where he's not making the chances seem like 100%. Sometimes he's had to deal with luck a little bit, but kudos to Kingnonex as well. He's closing down the spaces pretty well. And I think Manny was right earlier on in saying that Tactical did leave a blueprint, because the fact that Killerfreak has not been this decisive just shows that Tactical's way of defending is actually the perfect way to go. Just hold him right on the edge of that box. And right now, he just can't create chances. And on the other side of things, if he can't be clinical, your head team, Kingnonex though, just can't find the decisive pass to break him down.
What we did see also the second half, how much changed for Killerfreak in the second half of the game against Tactical. Kingnonex has to ensure he gets himself at least 3 goals.
Oh, beautiful one!
Now all of a sudden,
Killerfreak needed this one and needed it so much. It's come at the very perfect time.
Yep. I mean, all of a sudden now, all of the advantage is gone. Now the man you don't want to be in this type of position has gotten himself a goal. He sniffed a goal. He's gotten it. Now you have to do all of the good work again. But the thing is, I trust both players to go head to head and give us something even more entertaining than we have seen so far. So good.
Well, both of them desperately need points in the sense where for Killerfreak, the fact that we're having conversations and asking if it's possible for him to make top 4 tells you that he can't afford to drop this game. And for Kingnonex, if he still has hopes of potentially winning this league, he cannot lose again. I know he's just lost once, but the number of draws has just been too many.
Yeah.
He has to pick up 3 points if there's still a chance for the Pro League champions to compete for the title.
I mean, not just competing for the title, you're also talking about
finishing
going top 4 to go potentially represent Nigeria in the Niger versus Ghana version 2 happening later on today. Well, he's not a Lagos boy, so he probably will not be making it to the Lagos versus Abuja trip, but I'm very sure he'll be looking on closely to that particular one.
33 in-game minutes gone in this one, and it's very balanced. Both sides have had decent number of chances, but you'd say maybe from a different standpoint that Kingnonex has had the more clear-cut opportunities. He's been the one probing, but Killerfreak just bided his time and he took that opportunity and grabbed it with both hands, and you can't fault him for that at all. Look, you will not always have perfect games. Amani and I keep reiterating that, the fact that it's a marathon or a sprint. So in the games where you don't play well, we always like to take this from the playbook of Kingnonex. When he doesn't play well, he finds a way to grind results. If Killerfreak can grind the results in this game, I think it will do his confidence a whole lot of good heading into tomorrow. He's playing well. Oh, he's scoring well as well. Should be finishing. And we saw a little bit of a smirk on his face. He knows that's a massive opportunity sprint.
Any other day of the market, that one goes in, squeezes it. But Kingnonex is the one who's going to be happy that that one didn't go in. Well, we're about to get to the halftime. Both players have tested each other, gotten goals. Question is, who starts out the second half with intent and aggression? Very much needed. Oh, it does look like Killerfreak has woken up a little bit.
Well, certainly the intensity has definitely gone up a notch, and he's feeling a bit more confident. Oh, it's a big finish. Come on, it should be putting these ones to bed. This is not the Killerfreak we remember at all. He's always clinical.
Yes, very clinical. I don't know if that one is a problem of Ismaila Sarr not choosing the right position, or just him being unlucky on the day.
Well, 4 minutes ago before the halftime whistle comes, Killerfreak still knocking on that door, just not getting everything right on that occasion. And Kingnonex will have maybe the final say in this half. It's been a very well-balanced game between these two. It's in anybody's game. But who can take this lead into the first half? We'll find out. Osimhen's opportunity kind of rushed the shot a little bit. And the goalkeeper up to the task. Corner comes in.
Not the best.
And Kingnonex trying to knock it down, and he will now leave himself open. So what could be a dangerous counter from Killerfreak, and you don't want this one to be in transition flow. There he goes. Killerfreak has options to fly. No. The loft-up pass to get shelling almost got to the final destination, and that could have spelled trouble for Kingnonex.
Absolutely. He knows it. Kingnonex knows it. And you could see a quick word with Tomide, his coach there, Killerfreak's coach, in the moment, trying to calm him down and sort of break down some of the things that have gone wrong so far, so good. I think for Killerfreak, the best thing that's happened to him so far is he has gotten back into this game. That means he has all the chance in the world to take something out of this one. 3 points would possibly be the best he can do right now. I don't think he's going to be going for anything less than 3 points.
You know what a draw does for the others? The guys like Adefola, maybe Mr. Guy, gives them an opportunity to maybe make that up. So I think they would be hoping for a draw. in this game. But if you're a Killerfreak or you're a Kingnonex, you're hoping to take all 3 points in this one. Freak trying his best with those passing just on the edge of the box, and that's been the thing. If you look across how he's attacking, there's nothing down the middle. It's always them forcing him to the wing and him taking shots that maybe are not ones that have high percentage of finish. It should tell you that Kingnonex is doing a great job of limiting Killerfreaks to just little scrubs. It's not exactly like the main meal that we know Killerfreak likes to get. It's just chunks and chunks of opportunities coming for him. So kudos to Kingnonex for being astute defensively and causing problems all throughout. Now can Kingnonex build on his own? It's a great touch from Shelly.
Oh, wow. I mean, the angle was tight.
Usually he in that position,
but the angle was tight.
It's money.
The angle was very tight. I was expecting him to just turn her a little bit inside and let that one loose fly. But I guess with the idea that Killerfreak had so much attention on Shelly there, it made a lot of sense why Kingnonex was attempting to force that one a little bit through. Killerfreak, the patience is now on. He'll be looking to get something out of this one. The way these guys are turning on and turning off the player lock is so insane. I wish I can explain it more than this right now. I love what I'm seeing currently. The way they're turning on and turning off the player lock, dragging players into position, opening up the defenses with runs, like you can see directed runs going on here and there. As quickly as that one had gone in, that would have definitely been trouble for Killerfreak.
Oh, no, next for
a lucky one, but
it feels like a howl of a goal to concede from the goalkeeper. But Kingnonex don't care at all. He's worked for this one. He's grinded out that goal. And it's back to as you were. He leads by 2-1.
How many times have we been on the broadcast and it was a Kingnonex goal that we felt like was very lucky?
It reminds me of that goal against Bachichinia last minute.
It is crazy.
Wow. Kingnonex, he just finds a way to do it. And it's back to square one for Killerfreak. And it's not like he's been playing bad in the last couple of minutes. It's just that attack. Like, if you're used to watching Killerfreak play, you know that his attacks are not this, I'd say, stale. Usually,
they're free-flowing.
They're free-flowing, but at this point, it feels like Kingnonex is making him even think more same situation against Tactical, and he's having to live up scraps. Like I said, he's not creating at the rate as we expect him to create. But that's what the Elite League is all about. You will not have it all your way. You have to grind results. And that's what Killerfreak is facing right now. Kingnonex, though, champion of the Pro Leagues. And the fact that he plays in these types of games with such precision, with such caution, will always give him a chance to win them. If he can go up 2 goals for the very first time in this one, it will certainly put him in pole position to secure the 3 points. Mark Tomine for Kingnonex. As he goes down the wing, and Killerfreak just quickly regroups and forces him back.
As soon as that second goal went in, it just felt like there was something that went off for Killerfreak. He hasn't been himself. But the question is, how can he quickly recover from all of that action? The second goal has gone in, let that one go. But how can I recover, get another goal, and possibly get me a winner in this one? Because there's a whole lot of time, and also time for Kingnonex to double his advantage.
Yes! The champion continues his fine form. He might be Division 2 champion, all right, but he can hack it in the Elite League too. Beautiful stuff.
Wow. Imagine, I mean, what else is worse than using the exact skill move that Killerfreak is known for against him in such situations to double his advantage? As you can see the expression on the face of Killerfreak. Frustration, and he cannot believe that this is happening in this moment.
I'm just short of words at this point. And it feels like everything is crumbling down on last year's run-out. Killerfreak coming from the green in red hole form. Kingnonex tearing him apart. The advanced roulette. Oh, it's just a joy to watch. And he's got money and I just enjoying ourselves here in the studio. Wow.
This is what you call a 3-course meal. Kingnonex has given us 1. He has given us 2. He has given us 3. And as Shobus agree with me, that one is definitely goal of the week for sure. Killerfreak now. The game is not over, interestingly, because it's just a 2-goal lead. However, the question is, how can he recover mentally? That was what I was asking before he considered that second goal, that third goal. The game, you have been having a bad week, a bad day. You are now in front of another killer. how can you recover quickly from yesterday's losses and move on to what you have currently on your plate? And as you can see right now, I think that's where he's struggling. It's not about the talent, it's not about his ability, it's about how he can quickly turn the bad news, the bad days around to ensure that he gets something out of this one.
Right now, he needs those moments that could change everything. He needs something to hold on to, something for hope. Michael, Kev, look, we are just like you at this point. I literally clap my hands for that performance. Let's go, Kingnonex. I mean, are you not in awe of what you are seeing? Are you not in awe from the Pro Leagues champion? We hyped him up for a reason. He went on to become champion of the Pro Leagues for a reason. We told you guys, him and Badji Jr. are literally coming off tournament wins in this league. Badji Jr., I believe, won an MTN tournament inside week 1. Kingnonex won a PSM tournament as well. The man is blazing with confidence. But here comes Killerfreak. Game Evolution, man, to get one back. Oh, unlucky. And at this one, he'll feel like everything is against him.
I agree with you. I mean, in the first half, he did have 2 huge chances. And now he's hitting the bar. In the moment where the second goal goes in for him, it will definitely change the momentum into his favor. I don't know what to be in that man's brain right now. The level of pressure he probably is under right now is going to be very, very insane. Here's Schweinsteiger.
I mean, it's just right here in that midfield, he hasn't had that pass to thread the needle where he usually does have. Killerfreak, his offense has just been not what we are used to seeing, and he's just struggled all throughout. Can he break through? No.
Nothing is stopping that one from going in.
Has the potential to have a seismic effect on this game. Count this man out at your own peril.
Definitely the man you don't want to ever count out at all. Well, as that goal has gone in, as I was saying earlier on, the momentum has now suddenly shifted. The question is, how will Kingnonex respond? He just has 15 minutes to defend 1 goal lead. Is he going to be going on for another goal? Or is he going to be picking exactly the strategy that Tactical had, which is manage the game properly?
I mean, it was at the same scoreline, 3-2.
Exactly, at the same spot.
And we know with game management, Kingnonex is at the very top of the list when it comes to game management. But he now has a red-hot offense to deal with.
That's not offside. He goes in.
He slices that defense like hot knife through butter. And just like that, we are back on level pegging terms. Wow.
Insane stuff from both players. Killerfreak has now recovered. And as you can see, that's why he has the goal. I thought this was going to be offside. That was so tight.
So tight from him. But you know with this one, he's got the timing on lock. Killerfreak feels charged. He feels the momentum. It's here this way. Will it be yet another offensive barrage from him? He's now getting back into the groove. Great pass into Shelling. Finesse comes in.
Oh, Mike.
With the far reach plus activated with a massive save. Look, Kingnonex has to find a way of getting the ball and cooling it down for the next couple of minutes. Because Killerfreak is playing red hot FC now. Ooh, very close to making it goal number 4. And we have an absolute cracker on our hands in these last 10 minutes. Look, it feels like 2 heavyweights going at this one. Name it what you want. Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury, anything. It's absolutely crazy the way things are going. And there he goes. Right now, he's just so confident. Look at the passing. There's a little bit of crisp all about it now.
I mean, that's what confidence does to you. The second goal went in, and all of a sudden, it seems like he has rediscovered his magic wand. That's the Killerfreak we have all been used to see for a very long time. Now, Kingnonex has to dig in deep and get something for himself if he wants to take something out of this game.
Killerfreak! Do not doubt it! He is the PGA Great Champion for a reason. And with 5 minutes to go from 3-1 down, he's completed it. This time, it took patient offense, and it's paid dividends.
Insane stuff. I love the fact that he sort of decoyed some runs there to make it look like he was going to be taking a pass. And as soon as Kingnonex committed, he just had enough space to use for that finesse, absolute pitch of finesse. Now, it is up to Kingnonex. I mean, how are you going to be feeling like Kingnonex?
Like, I mean, it's Kingnonex of all people. We usually don't attribute his name to giving up leads because he's always so balanced, he's always so cool. But this wave of pressure from Killerfreak Kingnonex just hasn't been able to handle. Oh, it's been a spectacular game. Speak of entertainment, this is what you get when you tune into the KD Sports League. Are we done with the entertainment yet?
I don't think so.
Can he find one more goal?
Oh,
and he just losing out on possession. Killerfreak though. I think if he draws this game from here, he will be disappointed with how the end result goes.
I'm not sure.
And he's trying to see this one out.
I'm not sure we have ever seen Killerfreak manage a game the way he currently is trying to do that one. Just 1 more minute left. Is he going to go for the goal? He decides not. Very smart strategy. Not his best of days. Decides to hold on to the ball and ensure that he doesn't concede at all. And that is just how we might just take this one out. 3 huge points for Killerfreak. It didn't come easy. It didn't come nice. But he's here regardless.
I mean, he survives the onslaught from Kingnonex. But what a way to show resilience. It tells you when the chips are down, do not give up yet. Game equals Killerfreak 3 points on the board. But elsewhere, I mean, Kingnonex will be certainly disappointed with how those last 20 minutes went. Because when it was up 3-1, it kind of felt like, okay, everything is where he wanted to be. He was in total cruise mode. Then all of a sudden, Killerfreak, I think, went into a post, switched something up, and everything changes. Kingnonex not able to have a sniff at Killerfreak's goal.
I mean, he was not able to deal with the momentum Kingnonex. As soon as the momentum swung into Killerfreak's favor, I expected him to deal with it better, manage the ball better, hold on to the ball better. But, you know, he didn't deal with it as good as Tactical did, and that's the reason why he's not able to walk away with this one, from this particular game with any point, like Tactical did earlier in the day.
I mean, Manny, we've had some amazing games throughout the National Esoccer League this year.
Yeah.
You think this one qualifies as a game of the league? Because we've had some very good games.
You know what's insane? Just like if you go back to the Pro Leagues where every single week there was something else happening. I mean, earlier on after the first half, it did feel like we might see a situation whereby Killerfreak is going to go 5 losses. Never seen before since we burst onto the scene. All of a sudden, he changed things around. I'm so sure that later today, we'll see something else that'll make us say, you know what? Maybe this is even better than what we just saw from Kingnonex and Killerfreak. So that's the interesting thing for me about this particular game. It gave us every single thing that you needed to give. I mean, there's a popular song we say, it's giving. This game is giving class. It's giving goals. It's giving 2 titans who are going at each other's jugular. And it gave us absolute FC.
I mean, when you have 2 champions go at each other, this is what you expect. We had KH24 champion, VGA Great champion go up against the Pro League champion in Kingnonex. And as Manny said, it delivered on all fronts. That's 3 rounds of action. There's 3 more to come from us here at the Game Evolution Studios for the National Esoccer League. We'll be back with more. We'll go for a quick break. There's more to come.
Another critical problem for Daniel is that he has never been able to monetize his gaming skills. And that is the same story for tens of millions of gamers out there. And this is why we built Wager. Gaming shouldn't just bring us together, but actually make us millionaires. Ready to start earning from gaming? Welcome to the new economy where gaming now pays. Join millions of gamers today at wager.co.
Nigeria. Say less.
It's time.
Nigeria. Say less.
It's time.
Hold on, chat. It's the Esports Nations Cup. We're going international.
Looks like Nigeria just entered the big leagues.
To be honest, when you look at the challenges of the past and look at what he was trying to do from there, this one we're not just analyzing, this one we're participating.
Time to defend the flag.
Strategic play on a global board. Gamers assemble. Insufficient. Recruit go.
The Esports Nations Cup brings national pride into competitive gaming. Now players have an opportunity to represent their countries on the global stage, featuring many titles like PUBG Mobile, EAFC, MLBB, chess, and so many others. And Nigeria is in. I'm proud to announce that we are the Nigeria's national team partners for the ENC, building the pathway from grassroots gamers to the world stage, from our community centers to the world gaming leagues. This is our country. This is Nigeria.
Hey, Esports is ready.
Nigeria is ready.
Nigeria to the world. From gamers to champions. Nigeria answers the call.
For Nigeria.
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 Nations Cup 2026.
Nigeria is ready.
The National Esoccer League is the gift that keeps on giving. We'll come back from that quick break after that intense game between Kingnonex and Killerfreak. We needed to take a breather because it was every second you couldn't look away.
It was end to end. It was one of those games that had you right where you wanted you to. The emotions kept swaying from first minute in that game right down to the wire. At some point, Kingnonex, we thought he had run away with it. At some point, it did feel like Killerfreak was in hot waters at another point in time. We were like, okay, maybe they will share the spots. And before we knew what happened, he took the whole thing and ran away.
Well, that's the first half of the action done for today. Killerfreak tactical, picking up that 3-2 win. Very important for him. Guru now top of the table with a 3-1 win over Dadaboi. Faruk's, his dominant performance against Wolevation, well documented, 10-4. We've got Adefola scraping through against Anif, all important win for him to stay in the Elite League, 6-5. Killerfreak versus Kingnonex, that big game we just saw go by, ending 4-3 in favor of Killerfreak. There's still more to come though, as next on the agenda is Kaykay versus Tactical, and then Faruk playing Anif. Kaykay, for Kaykay, at this point, if he still has hopes of making the top 8, you have to be beating players like these. And Tactical, he's sneakily being in a top 4 conversation right now, because if he can pick up the win against Kaykay, that'll certainly take him to the top of the table, and I'm sure we'll see the live standings be there pretty soon. And of course, Faruk versus Anif, this could be an opportunity where Faruk maybe gets him more goals.
It is insane that at this point in time, that's what we're talking about in terms of the Anif and Faruk game. We're not talking about how we expect Anif to pull an opposition. It's like, oh, this is an opportunity for Faruk to possibly score as many goals as possible. But you know what? Based on what we have seen in terms of the performances, I have to agree with you. The game between Anif and Adefola ending is 6-5. Anif losing just slightly to Adefola on that one. He's not been the best of showing, so it makes a lot of sense why it's currently like that. Now, onto the game we have on hand. Tactical, 5th position, Kaykay 9th position, just sitting outside the top 8. That's not where he wants to be in. And I'm sure he's going to be looking at this game as an opportunity for him to get something out of it. So the thing I like about Kaykay is he's fearless. He really doesn't care who you are. He wants to get points off you. He's played Tactical. He knows Tactical very well from the pro leagues. But as we have seen so many times, in the elite division. This is the elite division. It's different from the pro leagues. The pro leagues is done, dusted, gone. Every single thing you knew about the previous pro leagues or your opponents in the pro leagues, now you have to, find a way to learn something new, because these guys, what they are doing to us is new every morning.
I mean, you look at the goals against, KK is already considered 47 goals.
Which is where the problem is.
That is where the main problem is. And he cannot go with that script against guys like Tactical, because his offense is lethal and he'd cause you problems a lot of times. So he's got to switch something up. And the first time we see him on the broadcast today, he's got Hada up top. Also, Bruno Fernandes will play that pivotal role, playing at the camp position, whilst Joey Veerman and Scott McTominay through the middle as well should be quite interesting of a pairing through the midfield, whilst Saliba and Jonathan Tah. The interesting thing about KK is the way he plays sometimes can look free-flowing on the offensive end, but he always leaves gaps in behind for people to exploit, and that's why we've seen him concede this many goals. Usually we call him like a balanced player, but since the start of the elite leagues, that's not been the case. You almost feel like the offense currently is outweighing his defense. We've not really seen him put up like a proper defensive masterclass in any of his games. If he can come at this very stage against Tactical, that'll certainly boost his chances of finishing top 8 in this league.
Well, it's a tall ask, but if there's anybody we're going to ask that question from, it is the man KK. Meanwhile, we'll move our attention to the game that's going to be happening in the secondary stream. Faruk versus Anif. Anif is currently sitting on the 12th position, one shy of the 13th position, which is going to be the last position, while Faruk has leapfrogged every other person down straight to the 3rd position. He's played 6, he's won 6, he's drawn none, 0 losses, 43 goals scored, 17 scored against him, compared to Anif's 28 goals scored and 49 conceded, 18 points, while Anif is on 4 points alone.
I mean, it's the clear difference is there from a man who's thriving in the league to a man who maybe has not had the best of campaigns in this league. Because you look at Anif's story, started in the elite league last year and things didn't necessarily go well for him. Then, of course, gets relegated to Division 2 in the pro leagues, and I think he lights it up fairly well. Maybe didn't start well, but the ending, I think it was very impressive. Coming back into the elite league, I came with the notion of, you know what, you know this league already. You know how some of these players already, you know how some of these players play actually already. So you should be kind of prepared to take them on and kind of prove a little bit. But so far, that's just not been the case. This could be the game that he proves. And I mean, the narrative totally changed.
Well, I think we have 90 in-game minutes to find if this is a game. I mean, it's such a tough thing to ask of the man, especially going up against a player like Faruk, who is right now in beast mode. It does feel like that man is totally locked in. I don't know if it's the formation that is a problem, but 4-2-3-1, you know, we've talked about that so many times. It's no longer effective in this iteration of the game. I mean, I want to hear from you. Does that have anything to do with what we're seeing?
The last time I saw someone play 4-2-3-1, that's a long time ago. Remember when 4-2-3-1 was actually very decent?
It was very decent. That was, I mean,
25 was
really pro leagues. It was very decent still.
Not as much as 4-4-1-1. I think it was okay, but we're looking for the meta formation 4-4-1-1, 4-5-1. So that's just another angle to look at this one. But we'll go into that game. KK Tactical battle for top 8. FanQuest Esports Tactical taking on Lumo Hubs. KK Tactical certainly in the form of his life right now, coming off the back of beating Killerfreak. I'm sure he will certainly be buzzing
crazy with
confidence. I mean, how much more confidence do you need?
Wow.
He says, I don't care about that confidence at all. I'm here to play my own game.
Yeah.
And the man all the way from Akwa Ibom registers his first goal.
I love how he took this one particularly. He took it fearless. It shows that he was very, very fearless with that one. He didn't really care about anything anybody had to say for that particular one. And he's gotten himself a very good opener. This is how we know KK likes to start. He likes to start on the front foot, gets himself a goal, and once he's gotten that goal, sort of build on.
I think the rematch of this game, actually, the first meeting we saw them in the Pro Leagues, I think KK was able to get the better of Tactical.
Yep.
So, in Tactical's mind, I'm sure he has maybe revenge labeled, but the game not starting the way he'd want to. Look, if you're looking for goals, the advice is to tune into KK games, because he's scoring goals for fun and he's also conceding a lot of goals. So I think it is his games that are usually involved in a lot of goals. So you're kind of expecting 5 or more goals in this game, just depending on how maybe KK is feeling and how he approaches this one. Tactical. On the left-hand side with Semenyo that time, a little bit lethargic on the offense as you lose possession of the ball. I'm looking at the way Kaykay is operating in these first couple of minutes to show you that he kind of knows what he's doing on the offensive end so far. Everything that he's done looks calculated a bit, but for tactical, I mean,
it just seems like a slower start to the game on compared to what we did see against Killerfreak early on. But I think it's still early days, so I'm not so worried about it. But I'm just noticing that might just be a thing where it does feel like Kaykay actually starting this one on very
look, Manny,
high.
when you go from becoming the hunter to the hunted, it's a different story, and I think that might be what we might be getting into for tactical, as we see Faruk
Penalty.
pushing on the door. I think he will score from the resulting corner kick situation, knocked down into Pina. That one is always going to end up in the back of the net. 6 minutes in, National Esoccer League, reigning defending champion, opens the scoring. Look, I was saying that tactical, him becoming from the hunter to the hunter, because we've been calling him underrated for a very long time.
Yeah.
But you be a guy like Killerfreak, and now all of a sudden
Everybody's not paying attention to you.
So now the target is on your back.
Yeah.
And you play with some type of pressure because now there's expectations. How are you able to handle those expectations? We find out in this game against a difficult opponent in Kaykay.
Yep.
Because in the Pro League, nobody expected him to play well. In this Elite League, not a lot of people expect him to play well. But now,
everybody's not.
You beat Adefola, you beat Killerfreak, okay. now we see who you are. Target on your back. Let's see how he performs.
Well, before I answer that question, Shop says something very interesting. Kaykay looks like a man on a mission. I agree with you. The way he's starting this one out, I think even possibly the nose mark is sort of adding to.
I think for Kaykay, the fact that you look at non-excess position, you look at Guru's position and Tactical's position, I think he'd be quite disappointed at himself. The fact that he came in second in the Pro League. I mean, he finished above Guru, finished above Tactical.
And it seems like all of these guys are taking off.
Exactly, but he's kind of had a slow start. So if he doesn't make top 8, I think he'd be slightly disappointed in himself. So I'm expecting him to really take this game to Tactical, and that's exactly what he's done in these first 20 minutes as he put the press on. And that one goes out of play. Seems like Anif, I think Anif has gotten an equalizer in this one. Oh, that's a bit of a pass.
That was crazy.
Wow, I mean, McTominay's run was kind of more or less like a decoy, because there was somebody in the middle that was expected to get the ball. But are we about to see a repeat of Faruk versus wolevation?
I just saw a 2-1. So, yeah, I think Faruk took the lead almost immediately. I took back the lead almost immediately, while Tactical will be seeing how best he can break this defense down to get himself the first goal as he steps up with Mateo. Low giving effort beyond the goalkeeper. Nothing should do about that one. Thank you for coming. And that is how it suddenly looks like.
I went into the comments a bit. We saw the comment earlier about Kaykay being a man on the mission.
Oh, he's an who has scored the second goal. My goodness. Wow. Okay. Very, very, very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff.
Exactly how we would have wanted to start today's round. You saw that comment about Kaykay being a man on the mission. Well, apparently they were referring to his attire with a hoodie and the mask.
Yeah.
He's looking like an assassin right now.
Creed. Well, it doesn't matter what you're wearing. All that matters is what happens on the virtual pitch across 90 minutes. He's started very well. Kaykay, the most important thing is he ends properly. He gets some of these chances taken and find a way to close out this game properly. Oh, talking about closing the game properly, he might have a chance. It's still in. It didn't go in. Goes for the near post.
Wow.
I'm not sure that was the best.
I thought he was going far post to volley that one in, but I think maybe the angle was a little bit tight for him. That's why he decided to change his mind there, Kaykay. But he's having the opportunities. He's creating. And he's very confident. Harder in that position.
Oh, I love the fact that Tactical saw that one. And he immediately brought the goalkeeper just a little bit to his left to come to take that one out of a danger zone. Here's Kaykay. Very interesting corner routine, don't you think?
Yeah, I think for him, he's not looking to go necessarily at the edge of the box. He's going way back to start off the build-up again, but it's not fruitful on that end. And it seems like Faruk Manzo, they take him too much time to get back into this game, as the equalizer is there. That is the main problem.
Wow.
You back off him a bit and let him hold on to the ball and don't put pressure on the ball handler, and then you have problems. And a beautiful finesse will go in. That game currently at 2 goals apiece.
Well, both games right now at the stalemates of sorts, but there's still so much to play for. You don't expect this one to be a stalemate all through. I think we have a goal update in the game between Faruk and Anif. As comment says, Anif, they fight relegation. Now, so relegation backlash, they do. Well, I mean, we've talked about that one so many times, as it did seem like there was a goal that went in the game between Tactical and Kaykay. Oh, what a pass from Faruk Mamzo. Steps! Oh, this one, most likely the one that made it 3 for Faruk. Faruk now in the lead, back in the lead. As Kaykay will be seeking to get a lead of his own. Is that a goal? It does look like it is a goal. That one very, very neatly done.
I mean, Kaykay certainly looking different as compared to how he was playing last weekend. I think the fact that he was conceding that many goals kind of put pressure on him a bit. But in that sense, this week it looks like a different man playing a different game and at his own style. As we get sneak peek into how Anif has been playing, I think he's been playing very well against Faruk, just losing out on possession with that one.
Oh, wow. Another one goes in for Kaykay. 3-1 Kaykay. I tell you, this man is really on a mission here today.
I mean, maybe it's this new Assassin's Creed look at it's giving full aura, full confidence. He's enjoying himself out there. And on the break, I mean, in transition, the passing is exquisite. One thing you cannot doubt him at all is free-flowing football. He will always produce. Kaykay 3-1 up. I mean, contrasting to what we saw Tactical do to Killerfreak, now it's been done to him.
Yeah. The question is, can Tactical recover early on? The only difference is we know Tactical, he's a man for the second halves. He's not really shown so much of it in the past few weeks because he has been dominating from the first start. Here's an opportunity for him to show the whole world if he has still maintained that second half charm. Oh, what a tackle there. That one was definitely flying into the net, but that tackle was so good.
3 minutes to go before this half gets under wraps, and it's all been Tactical. It's all been the man who finished second in the Pro League, the Challengers Cup champion, dominating across all fronts. And for Tactical, I mean, if you can get one back before the halftime whistle, that'll certainly put him in a stronger position, but he just can't find a way to wriggle his way out of this difficult situation. 1 minute plus at a time to go in this half. Saliba, you can't be playing around with the ball with your center back. He can't. Tactical take full advantage. Absolutely. He will. Touching. He catches out on that situation. And that goal is Kaykay's own doing. And you see with the reaction, you can't be moving around with Saliba like that.
Absolutely. No way Tactical misses that one out.
And I think even with the switching on the defenders,
it was poor.
He made a mistake. He switched to his fullback, and that was a little bit too late to come back to the centre back, and that's how come.
It is
Tactical is back in this game.
It is 3-2 going into the second half for the man who loves to come up with second half goals. Now the question is, how much can Kaykay resist the wave of momentum that's about to hit?
I don't think one goal is enough. You need to at least get one more.
I mean, 2 more at least to make you sure that, okay, you know what, this is good. Yes, Semenyo Palestra. Tactical now, starting the second half. It does look like he has intent. I think as it stands right now, this game is currently poised. Same exact scoreline with the game between Faruk and Anif. 3-2 for both games.
Oh my word.
Goodness. Was that
this
intentional?
Bruno Fernandes, man. He just keeps pulling the rabbit out of the hat.
Is that intentional?
I think it is.
Oh, nah.
I finesse with the weak foot. And usually, in those types of angles, you're not expecting. Look at how close the angle was. Wow. And Kaykay felt like he did everything, but it just wasn't enough.
My, oh my.
And just like that, we are level. Tactical down 3-1. Just a couple of minutes earlier, now back in the game.
Back in it.
But elsewhere, Kaykay responds with a goal of his own. quite fortunate a little bit with the bounce.
He wouldn't
and
care.
he'll take that.
My oh my. Look at how this one came over the bounce back. Oh, how many times have we spoken about how very, very wicked they could look like, and he's gotten himself a bounce back. But he wouldn't care. He'll take that one and he'll go home with it.
You almost feel for him a bit the way he conceded the goal. So maybe he kind of rewarded him with a tricky goal in that sense. But there's still a lot of time to go. I told you guys this game was certainly going to produce more than 5 goals. And I mean, after 15 minutes, you kind of know what we are talking about because both of them like to attack. And to be honest with you, Kaykay's defense has not been the best. So you are kind of expecting him to concede a lot of goals in every game.
I'm going to ask you a question now. It's like a question you asked me earlier in the day, and I told you about it. I told you earlier when you asked me if the game between Killerfreak and was that tactical?
And if elsewhere is doing some massive work. Now this is the trademark Anif goal.
Yes, sir.
Where he only takes him 3 passes to get in front of the
as soon as he doesn't think about anything too much. He either loves or he gets that finesse in. Wow, 3-3 that one currently is, while Lumo's Hubman is currently leading this one by 4-3. The last game we did watch earlier on, that was the game between Killerfreak, and that wasn't tactical. That was Killerfreak and Kingnonex, where he said that was the best game we have seen so far from both players. No more Hubs, Kaykay getting himself another one, 5-3.
The 2-goal lead back, very important.
Yeah, and now you're looking at this game now, and you're looking at that one.
I'm looking at the manner in which the goals are going in and how quickly they are coming. Maybe I choose the Kingnonex versus Killerfreak game, but not to take anything away from this game.
Yeah,
it has been brilliant. You almost feel like even though tactical is 2 goals down, without Kaykay's defending, maybe it's not the best, and he might find one more. Kaykay though, his offense has just been red hot everywhere, and he could have had a 3-goal cushion.
So saying Anif might just be the one to do it. Let's not jinx it yet. Oh, Sobs, you just jinxed it.
Faruk getting the lead back in the mix.
Crazy how the comments
all
were still
important
on when we had that update. As Mateo will looking to bully her way through the defense of Kaykay, but he stands strong and it's still a 2-goal lead that he will be cherishing a whole lot at the moment.
Tactical. I mean, something needs to change with his offense, and that one right on the money, and he's not missing.
Oh my goodness! Talk about being unlucky on
his
the day.
most trusted player, Bruno Fernandes, coming off the post. I mean, even the more difficult ones, he's been able to score. You're expecting him to bury these types of situations, and just like that, he misses. Wow! It seems like Faruk says, "No more joking here. We are not playing at all anymore." And he's starting to pull away. He's got a 2-goal lead against Anif.
Wow.
Well, Tactical has gotten one back.
Okay. Game on, set. And this might just be one of those games where, you tell yourself this is about to go down. 5-4 right now. Wow. The next goal, absolutely crucial. If Tactical gets back in this game, would you change your mind and say this is probably the better one?
Maybe, because he came back from 2 goals down 2 times.
Yeah.
We usually see it once, but it was so nice if he does it twice.
Yeah. He might just be the man for it.
He might just be the craziest game we've ever seen. Mind you, Tactical currently is on 17 points. If he gets this win, that takes his tally to 20 points, and 20.6 into second place, right behind Guru on the league log. I mean, money. The fact that we have 2 Pro League players who might potentially finish top 4 is actually crazy.
It's insane, but I love it for all of us in the esports community, because I mean, what will happen is that next year you're going to see a whole lot more people that nobody knew their names come down and say, you know what, if these guys can do it at this level, here's the post again. Wow.
I mean, they're having a couple of opportunities that have come off the post that you're expecting.
Yeah,
to pop the back of the
that
net.
should be going in. But it just doesn't happen this time around. And go back to the conversation. For me, I think the Challengers Cup this year is going to be crazy. Because, don't forget also for the goals. Oh my goodness, Tactical gets another goal. But how this one has gone in crazy. L1 stop. There was nothing anybody could do about it. There was space, time, and a wicked finish shot beyond the goalkeeper's goal.
I mean, Tactical, how does he keep doing this? Like I said earlier, it was so nice. He just had to do it twice. If he just tuned in, mind you, he was 3-1 down. Deficit 2 goals. He comes back 3-3. Then he goes 5-3 down and he makes it 5-5. This game is going absolute bonkers. And I don't think the scoring has ended. There might be a couple more goals.
Kaykay back in the action. That man said it's not over yet.
Wow. Both defenses just have no answer for how hot these offenses are. And I think now Kaykay is trying to have a conversation to Scott where he says, I think I need to slow it down a bit.
I mean, how many times have we said that Tactical is a man who enjoys chaos? He's a man who thrives in the middle of chaos. And I think this is a very smart move there by Kaykay to ensure that Tactical doesn't have any reason to smile in that moment. As this was the 4th goal that went in from Kaykay. This was the 5th one. I mean, the L1 stop that was deployed for this was absolutely insane. Nothing else mattered at that moment. That once he left Mateo's left foot, you knew it was destined for the top.
That's why you have players that have got 5-star weak foot. They can shoot with either foot and they will always produce in such movements, because at that point, Kaykay just didn't know where Mateo was going to turn and hit that ball. But currently, Kaykay up 6-5 with 15 more minutes to play in this one. The scoreline just been changing. Immediately you blink, there's like a different thing.
Insane stuff. So far, so good.
Semenyo. I mean, if Kaykay can go up 2 again with 15 minutes to go, he'll certainly back himself to secure the 3 points. And he desperately needs these 3 points, by the way. I mean, one can say that if you look at that table, Kaykay needs the points more than Tactical. Well, it depends on the ambitions of Tactical. If he's looking to secure a top 4 finish. O'Reilly, Tactical on the break once more. Mateo, he's got the pace above everybody. He makes it count. I mean, what is this game? Back and forth. Certainly more or less a basketball game at this point.
It is one of the best games we have seen in this game week. As all elsewhere also, Faruk and Anif are doing battle back to back. This guy said, let us feed you a 12-goal thriller. And with 9 minutes left in match, I think there's still 1 or 2 more to come.
I mean, I did say that the National Esoccer League is the gift that keeps on giving. And oh my, it almost feels like Christmas at this point, because the gifts are too many.
Oh, no way that had gone in.
That's just a howl of a goal to concede from Tactical's point of view. But Kaykay will feel like he deserves that because of the press he put on. I mean, Tactical done everything right. You look at this situation, and what is the defender you've got to be clearing your lines
that should be cleared every day, every time.
You've got to feel for Tactical a little bit in that situation.
Yeah. But no time to cry over spilled milk. It's time to come back and get yourself back into the action. Another goal could possibly do the job. Goes for that finesse again.
I mean, how many times is Tactical going to come back in this game? This will be a record at this point. When if he comes back, he's come back 3 times and he's on the bike again. Locatelli, the FunQuest esports player. I mean, I think the name of his team definitely depicts how he plays. Fun FC. There he goes. Mateo for Tactical, still confident he can get the job done. That time, Taz aerial ability. Coming up clutch for Akwa Ibom's Kaykay. McTominay, Tactical. Trying to thread the needle right there, but the door being slammed shut. I think Kaykay has to find a way to manage this game. He can't still be going on those barrage and offensive runs. He has to cool this game off a bit. And I think he might just be taking my advice a little.
I mean, this is the best thing to do at this point in time. You just have 1 minute. But now this is the best time also to on the team press for Tactical, as he will be looking to get the manual press in. But the ball goes to the goalkeeper and he has the chance to waste time a little bit more. But Tactical will waste the ball and he just loses it again.
Kaykay hanging by a thread and he knows the job is done. He knows he secured the win.
Wow.
But that was dramatic till the finale. I mean, these guys, what did we just see? Proper basketball game, possession after possession. And I love the sportsmanship to follow
Yeah,
as well.
I love the respect that came from this one, and as it does seem like that was a face of resignation from Anife, a battle well fought, but 7-3, I believe that's how that one ended. Wow, well, I mean, this was interesting. 7-6 on one hand, 7-3 on the other hand. Yeah, proper FC, back to back goals, both players. The 4 players giving us a showing indeed.
Well, certainly, we've totally enjoyed ourselves today. We've had games where the scores have been close. I remember round 1 today, the scores were kind of close, but from round 2 onwards, it's just been serious FC. And the intent on some of these players have totally enjoyed myself. Manny, the craziness continues.
I mean, Shobs says some goals are so annoying to concede. Listen, I understand you totally, Shobs. I mean, Sly and I sometimes we watch these games and we're like, no way that one has gone in, because some of the wicked finesses I saw in the game between Tactical and Kaykay are insane.
I mean, certainly, I think the guys in the comments kind of agreed with us. Shop says Kaykay needs to start game management. I mean, exactly what I said. And he almost gave it up, but the all important 3 points were in the bag for him.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. Well, this is how this round 4 action looks like at the moment. We're done with round 4 right now. Please keep the comments coming. I mean, there was a conversation we were trying to have earlier on, but we said when we're going to come back, we'll continue that conversation. So guys, keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're expecting to lead the table at the end of this game week. Do you think Faruk Mamzo would be stopped? He has played 1. He has 2 left. Do you think he will be stopped in this game week? Let us know in the comment section. We'll come back from a quick break. We'll see you guys in the next round of action.
Building. Hello, my name is Daniel, and I'm one of the co-founders at Wager.
the train keeps moving on. We just finished 4 rounds of action. We have 2 more rounds left. But for now, we're giving you guys Fola versus Kingnonex. And we're going to give you guys the secondary game, Mitchell versus Dadaboi. Well, Sly, for you, Fola versus Kingnonex. 2 players who right now will be sitting from some heavy defeats for, I mean, they've not really produced according to what we expected from them. We did see Kingnonex in the game against Killerfreak where he did lose that huge 3 points that was almost his. What do you reckon the game is going to be like, the strategy for both players?
I think if you look at both of them, their campaigns, you can confidently see when you look at the leaderboard that they might be out of title contention, or they're not out of top 8 contention yet. Might be out of title. So this game could maybe determine who maybe among the both of them can actually finish top 8. Because you look at Adefola's position, 9 games played with 12 points. He only has like 3 games left to finish the league. Whilst for Kingnonex, he has more games. So if Adefola is looking to pull away from Kingnonex, he has to be able to get a win. And if Kingnonex is looking to stay in this elite league, he has to find a way of getting a win in this game. I mean, the crazy storyline around Kingnonex would be if he doesn't stay in the elite league, a guy who won the Pro League and is going back to the Pro League would be insane.
But
guys like Guru and Tactical might be staying in the elite league.
Crazy when you're looking at the fact that we actually can only pick 8 out of the 13 insane players we have this year. But as I was telling you off the camera, I believe after this year's elite league, the competition is even going to be harder. It's going to be tougher because going forward, you have people who have seen consistently that it's possible to do these things. It's possible to come here and step up your game and show the world how you can dominate at the highest level. For me, this is absolutely insane. Look at how Faruk and Guru leapfrogged every person who was above them in week 1, week 2, and now Faruk is in 21 points at sitting pretty at number 1.
I mean, certainly his record
staggering,
looking flawless, exactly, plus 30 goal difference. And the other game that will be happening will also be Dadaboi versus Smith. We'll give you the updates on that one as well. But back to the game on our main broadcast. Kingnonex, he'd be hugely disappointed as to how the ending of that game against Killerfreak went. It felt like he had total control of it till, well, he didn't have control of it at some point where Killerfreak came back and won that 1-4-3. For Adefola, we said he needed a bounce back, and he did have the bounce back, even though it was a close one against Anif. He'll take it all day long. Absolutely. Anywhere the 3 points will come from, the KD Sportsman will certainly take it. Elsewhere, the other game that we set to happen, Dadaboi playing Mitchell. Look, Mitchell, in the position that he is, if he wants to cement the top 4 place, this is a win. It has to be a win for him. He cannot afford for it to be a draw. And look, he has this habit of faltering against these types of opponents. Remember him against Mr. Oga? He lost in that game.
Yeah.
If something of similar sort happens today, I think he's opening the door for somebody else taking his top 4 place.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And now you're also looking at the fact that for Mitchell, he just has 2 more games left to play. So there's no room for changes. There's no room for faltering, no room for error or mistakes. Get this win if you can, and ensure that your place in the top 4 is sealed. He currently has, I think, 19 points. If he gets himself another 6 points, it is certain that nobody's taking him off that top 4 position. But if you leave it to chance, listen, anything can happen. Especially for the players that still have a couple more games left to play. Kingnonex is on 11 points with 7 games played. If he gets himself 9 points already now, that's more than Mitchell. So that's how, you don't want to be left in those kind of areas.
Well, certainly, there's question marks all over everybody. Nobody's win is secured yet. Well, for Dadaboi,
maybe for Faruk. Maybe for
Faruk
and Guru.
Certainly, with the way they are playing at this point. For Dadaboi, I mean, it's looking like his fate might be secured in the relegation battle, where it looks like maybe he might be headed back to the Pro Leagues, but he still got to finish strong. He's just left with 2 games to play, and he's currently on 4 points. If he's able to win those 2 games, well, that take him to 10 points, which will make for interesting thoughts in whoever finishes 8th and the number of points that you need to finish 8th. But it will be a tall task at his hand, and I'm sure Mitchell will certainly be gearing up towards this game. You're still currently logged into National Esoccer League action, brought to you by Kid Esports, a partnership with Game Evolution, Game Pride IO, Esports Africa News, Trace, OES Esports, Wager, and You Game Me. That's all our partners on board making this one possible, and we appreciate all of everybody who's come on board to help. Look, if you're not a partner of the National Esoccer League, or you are not somebody who maybe is invested in the National Soccer League, the best thing you can do is make sure you're following across, be there on the live stream, and we see you guys are supporting the live stream, and all we say is kudos to you guys. We salute everything that you do. But the action begins. Adefola, Kingnonex, we'll call it maybe OG versus new gen battle in the bed. That's Adefola, a man with a trophy-laden career, maybe coming to the tail end of his career, coming up against Kingnonex, who is a man in hot form, and his name certainly on everybody's lips right now, as he's a man who's winning titles.
Well, it's a huge one for both players involved. Adefola, like we mentioned, rightly so, this is a 6-pointer because both players are in 7th and 8th, and there are players working in and around their positions. Kaykay, who is currently 11 points after 7 games played. These are the players you don't want to be leaving anything to chance. For Adefola, the best thing would be to get a win right here, but he has not been at his absolute best earlier on. As Kingnonex will squeeze this one through. Adefola trying to play some games with him, some mind games, but Kingnonex saw all that one all the way through.
That goalkeeper movement, it's clearly not the best from Adefola, and I'm quite surprised to see him go with that style of goalkeeper movement, because we know these days they're always tricky to pick your spot and do that. Well, Kingnonex won't care at all. He'll take the finish, and he's out by a goal tonight. I saw a comment earlier on YouTube from Weekends was asking, are there qualification rounds for the National Soccer League? Well, we've broken this down a couple of times, but we are obliged to do it again, as it looks like Dadaboi will open the scoring against Mitchell. We've told you Mitchell in these types of games kind of struggles to pull away. We'll see how that one ends. So back to your comment, Weekends. Well, they're basically qualification rounds, but it comes in phases. So when the year starts, it starts with the Onile Esports Championships across Lagos State governments, where people who don't have the opportunity to play will always play. And then, of course, the Onile champion will get a chance to make it to the Pro Leagues. Also, another qualifier is open to everybody, and that is deemed the Challengers Cup, where you hear names like Kaykay, Tactical, those type of names. That is where they came from. They get into the Pro Leagues, and then they get here into the Elite League. If you finish top 8 in the Pro League, then you come to the Elite League. But massive updates. Dadaboi, is he about to pull off a crazy one against Mitchell? And Mitchell, who needs those points, cannot afford to be losing that game.
It is insane. 2-0 up after just about 10 minutes against Mitchell is an insane walk. Again, like the problem with Dadaboi has always been the fact that there have been flashes of brilliance, but this consistency that hasn't like really been there. As this is a good chance for Kingnonex, and they're going to probably go for that far post selling. She gets the second goal, and she celebrates for Kingnonex.
Look, when you look across Adefola's performances and the type of goals he concedes against those types of players, you don't want to say that in these big games against the non-X's of this world, against the Killerfreaks of this world or the Faruks of this world, he's just finding it difficult to hang because his defense just hasn't been there, and the offense looks a little bit slow on the eye, whilst the likes of the new players are more quicker to react in such situations where their transitions are faster. It's difficult for him to handle the pace of the offense at this point. And in 15 minutes, already down by 2 goals. Remember his game against Mitchell? He started so slow. He conceded 6 in the first half. Now he has to fight back. And he got 5, but it just wasn't enough. He cannot dig that type of hole again.
I mean, it does look like he is currently digging that particular hole you're talking about, because it's still the same lethargic build-up from the starts from the man who we've known to be very, very good at the game. I think that's one of the things that sort of shocks everybody when we see the current Adefola. Is the defending, is the choices, everything about it have not been at the optimum best. But I know it's easier said than done, because the quality of opposition right now is at a scary level. Not sure there has ever been a time when the FC scene has seen such a beautiful pass and move. This one, Kingnonex did not cover himself up in glory there.
I mean, this goal certainly reminiscent of the one Tactical just scored before we went for the break. This time, baited Nonex a little bit, and Nonex left there chasing shadows, and Adefola able to take full advantage. He's back in this one. 2-1, 20 minutes in, and now you almost feel like, okay, Fola can build off of this goal and create problems for Nonex. It's just been the defending that has just not been there. There's just too much space for Kingnonex, who could have taken a shot from there.
I mean, he should have learned from a Killerfreak who had
what
that
Killerfreak
chance.
did to him
Exactly.
in the final minutes where he left all the space and Killerfreak said, okay, if you leave the space, I'll finesse. I think that's what he should be doing in such situations.
Well, I think now it's giving Adefola a chance to have a sniff at it, and this is probably where you don't want to give that man that kind of opportunity. Well, 23 minutes in, 2-1, decently poised. I think this scoreline sort of reflects exactly what we have seen from both players in terms of performance.
I mean, I've seen an item that people have been raving about online, Due, not the Due you're thinking about in League One, but I think a right back item where people are saying, you know what, that's an interesting card. I think Kingnonex is deploying him at that right back spot, quite cheap from the SBCs as well. You know, with a 10 million coin budget, you have to have players that are cheap so you can accommodate all of your top players in the squad. Adefola feeling himself. We'll go for the jugular a little bit with Eva Pajot on the left hand side. I was thinking maybe he was going for an acute angle, low driven, was stopped in his tracks for Kingnonex. One consistent criticism about Adefola's game has been the fact that he's always looking for perfection, and sometimes he's looking to be too perfect at times, because you've got to take a gamble at times, and that's why you use these players that have got 90 finishing, 95 finishing. Once you take a gamble, the game might create the opportunity where they win that gamble. So
I mean, you see some bounce backs in the game between Killerfreak and
even Kaykay versus Tactical, we saw the types of goals Kaykay was scoring.
So
it did create those angles. How?
That wasn't perfect, but it did go in.
Well, on the other side of things, Mitchell, who needs the win, will get one back on the volley. He's fond of scoring this type of goal. I remember last weekend as well, it was part of the top goals of the week. That awesome finesse going in. I think that was offside.
Wow. That's insane. I was looking, I was confused. Like, what happened to the goal? The goal we all celebrated so much. Here is Adefola now, 31 minutes in.
I mean, the fact that he's not playing entirely well in this 30 minutes and only a goal down has to be like a positive for him.
Yeah.
Because in another world, against the Kingnonex who maybe has more confidence playing, he'll certainly be down by 2 or more goals. But then things have just not been working for him, and Adefola will certainly take just being down by a goal.
Here's a comment. We're moving on to this chance opportunity. This one counts, and it's 3-1 Kingnonex. Adefola now 2 goals down, and now all of the work has to be done again.
Wow, it's quite interesting how Kingnonex has just been able to take the advantage when it comes to him. He's created the opportunities, and he's just not had to work for it too much, and that's just the clear evidence that Adefola's defense just not up to par. And when your offense is not producing at like an insane level, you can't afford for your defense to be subpar.
Yeah. 36 minutes into the game, 2-goal difference, possibly the biggest shout of this game. Nothing crazy has happened per se, but it's been a very type of game that Kingnonex will be very proud of. Dominant from the very start, and he has gotten himself a healthy lead, unless something special is coming on. I'm talking about something special. That one might just be it. As Adefola will miss that one, but there's an update in the game between Mitchell and Dadaboi. Mitchell gets himself the second goal to tie that one at 2-2. Adefola. Osimhen. Oh, here's the chance. Here's the opportunity. Goes onto the ball a little bit too long. Talking about that, trying to create that perfect move. Again and again and again, we see Adefola in great places for low driven, and he just decides to go and reset the possession.
It kind of feels like at times it maybe overcomplicates the offense a bit. And when he does pull it off, it looks good on the eye. McTominay's efforts parried away by Mike Magnon. As we go into the post, I think the guy is trying to switch up a couple of personnel around, but Adefola still pushing for maybe a go back in this game to take into the second half of that one. But you look at that game between Dadaboi and Mitchell. Great response from Mitchell. He would not have wanted the game to go on for too long while he's still in a deficit. That's a great way to bounce back. Harder. Back to this one for Fola. right on the brink of halftime, and he just can't wriggle his way through. And I mean, when you have a lot of players camped at your opposition's box, the one thing you cannot do is lose the ball right on the edge of the area, because you will be liable to the counter. And Adefola does the opposite of that. He gets into the box, creates a lovely move, and he tops it up with a lovely finish.
Lovely finish indeed, 3-2. He is definitely closer than when we began the first half. As you see the replay of how that one did go in. A little fate on McTominay's left foot is what has given him the in-roll to possibly get something, as we have another massive update. Hey, that finesse.
Hey, take a bow, Dadaboi.
Insane.
Take a bow. Look at that angle coming in from Kaykay. It's absolutely brilliant. We're enjoying seeing those ones rifle in the back of the net. And the first half will come with Kingnonex up 3-2, and I believe Dadaboi up by the same scoreline, 3-2 as well. It's all going off here at the National Esoccer Pro League, the penultimate weekend. Mind you, tomorrow, around this same time, the action continues as we edge closer and closer to answering all of the questions, to answering who will be top 4, who will eventually win the league, who will be top 8, and who will be going back to the Pro League. So yeah, make sure you are here for the last 3 days, mind you. Just 3 days left on board to take this one off. I mean, man, you look across the action that has gone through, and you definitely say it's an improvement from last year. Competition-wise, production-wise, gameplay-wise, everything has just been top now.
I think that's one of the things about, you know, just doing the job what you have on ground. If you didn't start last year, we probably would not have been here this year. You know, so I think also that's a huge appreciation post to KD Sports, Game Evolution, all of the partners, Game Pride, IO, now our new partners, Wager, YouGaming, every single person who have been doing their best to take esports in general to the next level. We want to say this one, thank you so much, because these are the reasons why every single day we come here, we get better. You know, I mean, talking about the competition wise, also the players doing so much. But the quality has been at another level. Look at Kingnonex, the man scoring 4 goals. Nobody knew Kingnonex 2 years ago. All of a sudden, he's at the highest level, highest pinnacle. You know, displaying his craft, showing the world that. Listen,
I mean, getting esports team to sign him. So that plays
exactly. So it's like insane stuff that we love to see.
Exactly, part of that development of esports here in Nigeria that we talk about every single time. We know we are not where we want to be yet, but this is the stepping stone that we need to be at to compete at the very highest level. We did see Faruk from this league, mind you, was picked from this league to play in the Adefola with an opportunity to make the play-ins as a quick one. Mitchell will not give up yet. We told you how important it is for him to get all 3 points, and seems to know that importance even after starting poorly. He's right back in this one. Folado on the break, and Leonard Carl all on an island, just can't do it all on his own. Domone. Kingnonex on the other end has enjoyed quite a number of transition plays where Fala's kind of not been the best at defending such situations.
Yeah. I mean, this has not been the type of defense that, you know, covers Adefola in glory. But I don't think he would care. I mean, there's so many chances there. Like, the finesse came up.
I was expecting to hit it one time.
I mean, you look at the kind of finesse that Dadaboi scored for his 3rd goal, and you look at the position where Adefola is in, and you wonder to yourself, why in the world are you taking the ball past that particular angle? Just go ahead and score.
There was 2 clear opportunities where Domone could hit it. And I know she's got finesse shot as well. So you're expecting Fala to maybe try his luck. I mean, sometimes we don't even want to call it luck, because with the way finesse is going,
you know, it goes crazy.
You're guaranteed for it to come off the post or basically go in if you've got the angle right, and it felt like the angle was right. But I mean, everybody and how they play, and I think for Adefola, he goes for a more perfect angle. The pressing will work for Fala. Now, can he turn that into a goal-scoring opportunity? And it's causing problems everywhere. Sure, so I appreciate your comments every single time they come in. And I mean, this thought of yours, I think, is what's going through almost everybody's mind. Since I think Fala tries too much to make sure he gets a very clear-cut goal-scoring opportunity before shooting. As Kingnonex, on the other hand, doesn't need clear-cut. You create from any situation. And Shop says sometimes just go for the long-range finesse and hope for a bounce back. Exactly. Like, sometimes you need to take the risk And I think that's what hurting Fola at this very moment. The other guys, they are taking some risk, and it is currently paying off for them. Not like for the very first time in this game, will be up by a 3-goal lead.
As it stands, it does feel like he's done the business of the day, minus any craziness. It does feel like this is the end of it. Hasn't been the sweetest of showings from Adefola or the scariest of attacks from Kingnonex himself, but it's one that has done the business. Sometimes that's all you need. You need to just step up, come in the day, and do the business and go home. I mean, what a week Kingnonex would have had if he had maintained that win over Killerfreak.
I mean, that would have been
down 2 legends in one day.
Exactly, would have been crazy. But you know what? That's the story for another man. Tactical. He's actually done it. He didn't do it in a day, but he's done it in the league format. Mind you, his first game came up against Adefola, won by a goal margin. He met up against Killerfreak as well, won again. I mean, also. Imagine if Tactical is able to do it against Faruk as well.
Oh boy,
the three Fs. If that's the day, the 3 Fs. That's legendary status right there.
I mean, that would definitely be one way to write your name in the history books. Power shots there, not something we see every now and again, but at 5-2, I guess you have a lot of freedom to try a whole lot of new things. Here is Kingnonex again on that angle, on the flank rather. Fola. Sometimes the players for Fola are just very interesting. He has reach. I'm not sure I've seen that particularly.
I think playing at fullback, left back, one of the cheaper options in the team, but when everybody's going to Nico Riley, you kind of beg the question. Wow.
This is what I've been asking Fola to do since. So many opportunities have gone begging because he has not taken these type of opportunities and chances.
Yeah, and the angles have been available to funny enough because he's good enough to create those angles. It's just you have to bank on the fact that your players are good enough to score from those angles. And look, I don't necessarily think Kingnonex is defending maybe at a very high level where it's preventing Fola from creating opportunities. They are there for the taking. It's just that the KD sportsman feels like the confidence might be down a bit where he will take those chances. But if he can get one more goal to get this one to be a 1-goal game, I think he might put a little bit of pressure on Kingnonex. And there he goes. Adefola is that onside from Padjo. Slightly delayed with that pass. And Kingnonex's blushes have been spared.
Well, game still on. 69 minutes in. 5-3. It's poised decently right now for...
It's been a while since we got that update from the Mitch Dadaboi game. If production's got anything on the goal, so or what's happening in that game, we'd definitely love to hear from how that one is faring. We know that Dadaboi has got a big game result in him. Remember, he did take points off of Adefola, did beat him. It took 3 points off of him. If you can do it against Mitchell as well, that'd be spectacular. And for Mitchell, that would be disappointing if he goes on to lose that game. Because mind you, he's fighting for a top 4 spot in this league. Sir, as Nonex needing these 3 points and will slow things down and take the sting out of the game. Sir, once more, Nonex runners up front for him. And just the decision not being made at the right time, but Adefola also kind of panicking a bit and giving the ball away cheaply.
Well, it's been a tale of the entire thing from both players today. Hasn't been the most crispy gameplay we have watched throughout today. Like I did say earlier on, Adefola, he can do better. We know he can do better. But for Kingnonex, this is the best result ever. The type of result that ensures that regardless, you are going to be here in next season's elite league. For Fola, we are not so sure because there's still so many hurdles to face and for him to surpass in the next coming weeks. But for Kingnonex, 6-3, perfect.
I mean, that's an all-important result for him with 15 minutes to go, 3-goal cushion. I mean, we did see him give up a 2-goal cushion against Killerfreak, but with 15 minutes to go, and how, especially with how Adefola is playing, you just cannot see it happening. But we know SC has got some crazy things. It's just that in that Killerfreak game, with the last 20 to 30 minutes going, you almost felt like there was a switch in the way Killerfreak was moving. Everything felt different. But we've not seen that switch yet from Adefola, and that's why this game is getting further and further away from him, and it might be getting from bad to worse. But that time, Non-excess pass, not the best.
I agree with you. As we come down the last 10 minutes of the action, Adefola will be looking to get himself back. Oh, wow. So many chances to pass the ball. So many chances to take the shot. Adefola, again, same old story, doesn't take 3 chances, and now he's left with nothing but a corner. Kingnonex.
Well, this match in that first half, maybe first 15 minutes, looked like it might be close down to the wire, but Kingnonex are certainly taking this one and he's totally running away with it. I mean, we've got to check on that game, Dadaboi versus Mitchell. And if production can have it up for us, we'd certainly be delighted to see how Mitchell is faring in that one, because it's not only Mitchell looking at that result. The likes of Guru are looking at it.
Yeah.
Tactical is looking at it. Killerfreak, of all people, is actually also looking at that result, because if Killerfreak has any chances of making top 4, it depends on likes of Baji, Mitchell, Guru to be dropping points.
I mean, I think from what we've seen so far, do you think we could comfortably say that at this point we're going to be seeing Faruk Manzo in the top 4? We're going to be seeing Guru in the top 4.
I think for the both of them, it's looking like a done deal.
Then, do you think Mitchell, Baji?
Mitchell, Baji, they both have 2 games remaining. If they're able to win both of them, done deal. But if they draw or lose even one of them, they leave the window open. And you know, in this world, that if you leave your window open, thieves will come and they'll come to your house at night.
They will come and take all your valuables.
They'll take everything. And I'm telling you, if you're looking for somebody to take points and take your position, or Killerfreak can be that guy. So be very careful around it. With 5 minutes to go in this one, Adefola, I mean, at this point, it will certainly be compensation or consolation goals, I beg your pardon, at this point, because with 5 minutes to go, 3-goal deficit is looking impossible for him to come back in this game. But kudos to Kingnonex professional performance, even when maybe it got tricky a little bit, made sure he silenced all of the doubters in this one. And after that loss to Killerfreak, he did not keep his head down for too long. He's back in this one, and at least 3 points from 2 games. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all, especially with the fact that he still has a whole lot more games to play than some of the other guys who have played up to 10 games. After today, he probably will be in action again tomorrow. So if you're looking to see how Kingnonex is going to be making inroads into the elite division, ensure you are here tomorrow, as the business end of week 4 will be coming to a close tomorrow. Well, this one seems like we'll wrap this one up with a 6-0 victory, a 6-3 victory rather, in favor of Kingnonex, unless anything else goes in just before we call it quits or the referee blows the whistle.
Well, plus 2 extra minutes to go. This one securing 3 points in the bag for this one. I see a couple of comments about the structure of the league. Well, it's quite simple. It's a league, all play all league. This coming from Justice Mensa. I think that name's certainly a Ghanaian name. Shout out to my Ghanaian brothers, of course, tuning in. It says, I think at this point, KD Sports needs to start thinking of hosting an African E-Champions League. I'm telling you, they're certainly way ahead of you, and I'm sure conversations about that have begun already, and that would be incredible if they're able to pull it off.
Incredible. I mean, imagine us having to chat to some Kenyan players, yap them a little bit,
Kenya, South Africa, you've got Morocco, Egypt, Senegal.
Senegalese and Nigerians, we have this history.
Exactly. You've got Ghana in the mix as well. All of these countries certainly coming on board.
Ghana is definitely have to be there.
Well, certainly.
You have to yap you guys. Else we have the game between Mitchell and Dadaboi.
I mean, Mitchell, all importantly, taking those 3 points, he cannot afford to drop the ball at all. And you can tell with the conversation that maybe the tips that Boyd is giving him, he knows he cannot afford to lose this one. Oh,
wow. Keeper Costa.
So was going far post.
My oh my.
Buffon to the rescue for Dadaboi. If there's anything in this game for Dadaboi, he has to win the ball back within the next minute, but it doesn't look like Mitchell is trying to give it up anytime soon. Semenyo trying to shoot from that angle was quite interesting. And Mitchell, fortunately, he win it back, trying to force their situation, and Outlaws Dadaboi could get one more throw at this dice. Are we in for some more drama before the final whistle goes? He has to go now. There's not a lot of time on the game clock. Semenyo, it has to be perfect. No 50-50 chances anymore. We'll find Schweinsteiger. McTominay trying the effort from distance, and that will spell a final action for Dadaboi in this one as Mitchell. 3 points in the bag. That is yet another 3 points to give us the signal that this man might be finishing top 4 when it's all said and done. And he's putting a spectacular performance all throughout. Congratulations to Mitchell. That top 4 bid is becoming stronger.
Yeah, 22 points with just one left to go, where the first position currently is 21 points. I think he's done his bit for today. I'm sure Baji will be looking at this one and say to himself, you know what, I have to replicate what he is currently doing. Because it will be insane to not have Baji in the top 4.
I mean, it will be insane not to have one of those two guys not in the top 4. So comment again, when we mentioned African countries, I think comment came in and said we have forgotten Tanzania. We've not forgotten about two guys at all.
Not.
We're just lifting the ones that came off the top of our head. But
absolutely,
it will be lovely to have everybody on board. I mean, for the very first time, because maybe it's done for other genre of games, but not for FC. Like an African Champions League type style will indeed be amazing. But now the focus is on the National Esoccer League here in Nigeria. Like Manny said earlier, that's 5 rounds done. 1 more to go down. And for the last one to go down, it's a top 2 clash. Guys from the same state battling for the title. Faruk unbeaten. Will he be the man who is from his own state? And what a storyline that will be. If it is Guru that knocks points off of him, we'll be finding out pretty soon. It's Faruk versus Guru coming right after this. It's been a splendid day already, but you know how we do it here. The icing on the cake is about to be a lot of sugar in the icing. And you know we like to leave the best for last. Well, we've had some incredible games. I don't know if this one can top that quality and maybe the drama that those types of games have produced. But I remember Killerfreak versus Kingnonex. Remember the tactical game versus Kaykay. Well, I feel like this one, we might have a crazy game on our hands. It's guys, the Abuja boys are about to take the show. I mean, they are rocking Lagos by storm. Lagos cannot touch them right now, but they'll have to go head to head to decide who finished today on top of the table. It's Faruk, it's Guru. They're about to do but I mean, Manny, why are you going with this one? I know Faruk is unbeaten right now, but Guru, I mean, he's just lost one game throughout and he's looking impressive.
I think for Guru, in his quest to still go ahead and try and challenge for the title, the best he can get from this game is a win or a draw. He cannot afford to lose to Faruk Mamzu, because you'll be looking at the man. They're currently tied on the same point, but I think Guru has played more games. And that I've always said, manage what is in front of you, forget about every other thing happening outside. If Guru can get himself a win, which means he's covered even if Faruk gets another win. Although the goal difference, yes, is really, really going crazy right now for Faruk. As you can see them in position. Right now, Mitchell is currently topping the first position because of that win, but Mitchell has played 11 games, while Guru has played 9, 2 more than Faruk. He's on third position, while Faruk is on first position. 7 wins for both players, 2 losses for Guru, and none for Faruk himself. Maybe it's the perfect opportunity to hand Faruk his first ever loss. 50 goals scored and 20 conceded, while 41 goals scored and 31 conceded.
That tells you these two are the creme de la creme of this National Esoccer League, and I'm sure anybody watching from Abuja will certainly be proud of how these two have represented themselves here. And I mean, we did tell you guys that Abuja versus Lagos is coming on, but before, we have to have an internal Abuja battle between the two clearly best players in this league. It's been sure from them. Their performances have shown. Faruk unbeaten, Guru just lost those 2 games actually, but he's had no draws, 7 wins. Okay. So Guru has lost 2 games, but then it's those 7 wins that propelled him to be where he is currently. And if he can continue that the streak against Faruk Mamzu, I'm certain that he would be delighted. Look, Kaykay, after getting that win against Tactical, takes into a total of 10 points. If he can make this 13, he's putting pressure on the likes of Adefola and Co at that number 8 position.
Absolutely, that's what we're saying. Every single person right now who is in the position from 6 to 8 is not safe at all, because there are people in and around the conversations that are still looking to get something out of this one. If wolevation is able to get a win from this particular game, it also puts him in pole position to possibly leapfrog anybody in front of him in that position. So I think for these 2 players, there is a huge huge bonus for them to go ahead and get the win today. As you can see, the results for match day 6, day 1 of week 4, Killerfreak and Tactical played at a 3-2 win for Tactical, while Dadaboi suffered a 3-1 loss to Guru earlier in the day. Faruk beat wolevation by 10 goals to 4, while Adefola saw out a very tight victory against Anife 6-5. That's how that one ended. Killerfreak beating Kingnonex after a comeback story 4-3, while Kaykay and Tactical played out a 13-goal thriller, with Kaykay taking the 7-6 victory over Tactical.
Well, certainly, it's been interesting. I defend that Faruk game, Faruk getting the all-important win as well. You see the results coming there. I went through the comments and I'm very delighted to see this as well. The support not only coming from maybe Nigeria or Ghana, which we're kind of familiar with in the chat. This one from Cheesy says he's from Angola, enjoying the action. So massive shouts to you, Cheesy from Angola. And I mean, we appreciate when we get the comments as well from different countries all around watching. You know, when it comes to FC, you almost feel like maybe Africa is kind of neglected a little bit. So sometimes we have to be able to support each other to pull this off. And I mean, the conversations about a potential African Champions League, a potential African League, I believe that someday, somehow, it might come on board. And certainly, when it does come on board, a country like Angola is certainly considered in that conversation. Well, if you want to keep up to date with everything happening across African esports and beyond, the place to be is cadeesports.com. Head onto the website now, download the app on your phone so you don't miss out on any action that is down. Mind you, the predictions are still open. It's currently ongoing on Instagram, and if you've not seen it, you're missing out big. especially if you've been following the league, because you know how to predict now. Get on the Instagram channel and then drop your predictions for Faruk versus Guru. That's the only game that you can predict since it's on the main broadcast. And if you do win, that's some cool cash for you in your pocket.
Might I just tell you, you know, you have been hitting at me for, you know, not getting my predictions right. However, the last game we did see between Kingnonex and Adefola, I did go for a 5-3 victory for Kingnonex. So it was that cool. It was that close. Any other goal, when that last goal went in, I was like, oh, that's like 20 to 50,000 gone.
National Esoccer League Octopus money has just been dreadful. I mean, have you had any predictions, spot on?
Yes, now.
When?
I think so.
I think so. Because I don't remember money getting any of them right. And I mean, that's what we wanted from this league. The fact that it would be difficult for people to just say, you know, this guy will win or this guy will win by this margin. It's been absolutely splendid. It's been absolutely splendid. Yes, this is the Nigeria's finest players going head to head. And I mean, if you do want to play like, of course, one of the top pros in Faruk Manzo, the place to go to is YouGamey for coaching lessons, for gaming tutorials, especially when it comes to FC. YouGamey has got you covered. So make sure you check them out. It's been a pleasure just enjoying everything that we've been seeing right in front of our screens as we get closer and closer and we edge towards the all-important question about who actually goes on to win the whole league. It will certainly be interesting. But the time is now. A game to decide who finishes at the top of the table for this week. Will feature two players from the state. It is the unbeaten Faruk Manzo going up against table-topping Guru. This should be fun.
Yeah. Now, for me, going into the prediction channel, I'm seeing every single person picking, you know, on Faruk Manzo to pick the win. However, I want to ask the Abuja boys in the comment section who are currently viewing this right now. In other similar games between Guru and Faruk, what has the result been like? Can you guys give us a little bit of the history? Has it always been a total blowout for Faruk, or has it always been a tight game between both? Has Guru ever seen win against Faruk at a competitive level like this before?
Well, interesting. Abuja guys, we need your inputs. Kindly drop the statistics down. Guys like Dutch, guys like Gozi, all of the guys. Maybe if Arif is watching as well, he knows a little bit of history between these two.
They want to import, I mean.
You can't blame them. He's one of their top players from there. Let us know how the past battles between these two have been. But all in all, Abuja is looking down on these two as like a proud mother, seeing the two sons do battle at the very highest level here in Nigeria. It's all set. The winner of this game will stay at the top of the league for this day. And we'll see how tomorrow also pans out. It should be a very, very interesting one. Look, if I'm Guru, I'm looking at this as an opportunity to... Look, he's already announced himself. But I'm looking at this game as an opportunity to not only announce yourself, but announce yourself with an exclamation mark. Usually guys announce themselves. But if you win against Faruk Manzo and beat it for the first time in the National Soccer League, you have money. Come on now.
Nobody can ever discredit you.
You've entered different territory. Yeah. And that's how this man has been playing the last couple of weeks. Guru, I don't think we've seen him play today. Yesterday, he played earlier on against Dadaboi, secured the 3 points. And now coming up against his fellow Abuja player and Faruk, it should be interesting.
Well, all the talk is done. Time for action. Both players are in the booth.
Well, Manny, we're asking for comments about this two, the matchup. King Musi, I believe Musi, also a player from Abuja, says Guru has beaten Faruk in a final. Wow. Well. There is something there. There is something there for the Guru fans to maybe hold on to and say, you know what, maybe this Faruk streak will be ended today. Well. Overall, though, Faruk has the head-to-head. So overall, Faruk leads, but
he has actually taken some chunk of him.
That's a set this up nicely. Thank you so much, Musi, for chiming in. We appreciate that comment a lot. One of the more important things that maybe Africa doesn't have, I'll speak about it later, is the fact that the data is usually not there. This one from Holistic says it has always been a close game, but Faruk has consistently outperformed Guru by a large margin. Thank you so much, Holistic, for chiming in. And it's like Faruk, I mean, wants to start this game strong. That time, though, Guru's defense and his goalkeeper up to the task. Look, we've been praising Guru's defense so much. This is where it needs to show.
Yeah.
it needs to show now because nobody's defense has been able to hold off Faruk so far.
I mean, can your defense be as disciplined as it's always been throughout all of the entirety of the elite division? That's the question on everyone's lips. I mean, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best, and this is the best case to use this expression as a Guru will be looking on to see if he can go ahead to win the entirety of this championship. Well, he has a huge rock in front of him, the man himself, Faruk Mamzo. Already, Yashin has been called into action over 3 times, and we're just in the 4th minute.
I mean, one thing I was praising Guru for was the fact that people were unable to break him down early, but in these first 5 minutes, the signs from Faruk are showing that there could be a lot of problems. Also get a comment from Ibrahim, I believe. He says, I played a tournament with both of them. Guru knocked me out, but Faruk won. I beat him immediately after. I appreciate the comments coming from the Abuja guys. We love the support coming in. This one from Ibrahim. Thank you so much for joining in this one. And you know what? Now we are getting into details a little bit. The Abuja boys are coming in the chat. This one from Arif himself. He says, Lugbe versus Gwarimpa on the biggest stage. I mean,
you guys have to let us know who's Lugbe Hood and who is from Gwarimpa. We have to know who is from which of these neighborhoods in Abuja.
Or certainly Faruk Manzo.
By the way, I used to live in Lugbe for a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I told you. I'm an Abuja boy, but you guys know it's together. So the thing is, I dabble, but now I spend a lot of time in Lagos, so like, man, you can call me a Lagos boy.
We see how that one goes. Faruk had the majority, the lion's share of the chances, but so far, nothing yet when it comes to the score line, early stages of this one. Guru has got has to find a way of calming down. Usually what's Guru's thing is he always scores first. But in the first 5 minutes, the way Faruk is going, Guru has to calm things down a bit and maybe settle into the game, because you can't have Faruk bulldoze his way through in the first couple of minutes where you kind of consider now all of the pressure falls on you. It's a top of the table clash, and we expect that this one will be interesting. Or the pass might have been on. There goes Schweinsteiger trying to get that pass into the middle, but Faruk comes up quickly and blocks that angle. This one aspect of Guru's game that always makes him a great defender. Look, no matter how you view AI defending, his anticipation is always up there with the very best. He almost kind of senses that, you know what, this guy's about to go this way. Sometimes I call it the lottery, but I mean, the number of times this guy wins the lottery is
doesn't look like it's lucky at all. I mean, when you do something so good, you make it feel so simple every single time you perform such activity. I think that's one thing that Guru has going on for him, like you mentioned.
Well, I mean, Manny, you're asking about who's Lugbe, who's Gwarimpa. I believe Faruk is Gwarimpa, Guru is Lugbe. So shouts to all of the Abuja guys in the comments. Just let us know where the guys are playing from. And so far, the first 17 minutes, it's been as KD as ever. And I like how patient Guru is. He's not rushing it at all, showing you that he's not panicking with this moment. And one thing that we've known about players who play Faruk is when you can frustrate him with preventing him from having multiple possession of the ball every single time, it causes him problems. We saw that when he played against Dadaboi.
Yep, I mean, that's one thing that stood out very starkly in that particular game. But for all of the prevention of chances, what Guru needs is one goal, 1 or 2 goals that will sort of, lay the foundation for what he can build if he wants to get anything out of this game. Because the thing about Faruk is that you're not stopping him from scoring at all, no matter who you are. So we have an update in the game between Lumhobs versus Wolevation. Looks like that one is going crazy already. 3-2 in favor of Wolevation in the 17th minute.
I mean, insane. 5 goals, 17 minutes. I mean, I told you guys about Kaykay games now. There's goal number 6 already from Kaykay with an excellent way to go around the keeper. I told you, look, if you are going for prediction on Kaykay games, go for more than 10 goals.
High numbers.
More than 10 goals every single time.
17-2.
Exactly. Always hits. Kaykay is a man of goals. He scores goals, but unfortunately, he concedes a lot of goals on this one. Back to our main focus on the main broadcast. Faruk just not had it his way so far, but on the defensive end, he's not had too much to think about. There comes Guru. Maybe first real chance to test the defense through Pajo. This one has had to do defending for the whole time. For the very first time, we'll have a chance to maybe.
Yes, the defending from Faruk is actually. We do talk about his.
The organization is insane.
We've seen so many passes, but Guru doesn't have the opportunity to turn around and give those passes because the organization, the switching of cursors, everything is done to a high level of pristine movement. It is insane to watch, especially this close.
Well, certainly, what more are you expecting from the current National Esoccer League champion? He's got everything on lock, whether it's the offense, the defense, the build-up play is certainly there from this man. But right now, his offense maybe not clicking on full gear yet because he's coming up against one of the most staunch defenses in this league. The man who shut out so many opponents, Guru, looking to shut out Faruk Manzo as well. Pajo will find Jakob give you the patience from Guru is insane. The fact that he's not taking too many risks right now, where it's all about just recycle and make sure it's a safer pass that you're giving and not committing too many bodies forward. Guru once more, maybe a couple of spaces for him to exploit. Is that one onside?
Ooh, looks like
just
it's offside.
slightly offside on that one, but that's the first maybe danger pass he's given. And as we see the guys going to a pause, it's very, very cagey in the first 30 minutes.
Yes, I love it. I love the fact that Guru survived the first 5 minutes where Faruk had like 3-4 chances in that first 5 minutes. Guru survived it and he's able to grow back into the game, because that's like one problem most players have when it doesn't start out very well for them. They struggle to grow into the game. Guru has refused to let the pressure and the name, the Faruk name, bear so much pressure on him. He's found a way to survive all of that pressure and, get into the game effectively. I mean, we saw that chance slightly offside, but if that was onside, could have caused some problems for.
I love those types of resilient players where they have to deal with a lot of adversity. But Guru is doing that extremely well. And this is the first time in a long time, Andy, where we've had the first 30 minutes no goal.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when Faruk is involved. It's usually like 2 goals up by now.
Exactly. And even if it's not 2 goals up, it's probably 1 goal up, but it's like 3 goals involved. So it's quite surprising that we've had 0 goals. It should tell you the level at which both of these guys are playing. Both of the defenses, I must say, have been superb. Faruk's organization at the back, in as much as Guru has had maybe a lot of the possession, he's shut out every single time that Guru has come up front end. For Faruk Manzo, I think he's just this close to maybe finding a defense splitting pass. And he's in again, this time through Pina, trying the finesse from outside the box. But like I said, my favorite on defense throughout the whole of the league has certainly been Guru. I said I've not done any tactical breakdown, especially defensively, on anybody. But if you check across my socials, I had to speak about Guru's defense, man. He's had everything on lock. And I'm telling you, he will need every skill defensively to keep out Faruk till the final whistle. Let's let that come.
Oh, comes right back out. This time, very, very lucky. We did see that go in against Killerfreak earlier today, but Guru, very lucky to have that one.
I mean, and the tricky part is the fact that we all know Lemakal is left-footed. So for Guru, he was thinking, okay, Faruk's about to go left-footed and try a finesse. But Faruk went the other way around and he almost caused problems right there in the wolevation Kaykay game.
Wow.
I mean, 8 goals in 40 minutes.
That is insane.
That is a barrage of goals going in there. Insane. I think there's even more. As looks like wolevation. Down 4-3, he makes it 5-4 now, heading into last 5 minutes before halftime.
It looks like we might end the first half here without any goals scored today. If it stands like this, both players have actually gone for the jugular, but the resilience in defense has been insane. I feel like what we need is nothing short of a miracle.
I think it will take some brilliance offensively, because both of the defenses,
crazy.
They've cancelled out each other on defense. We need to see something out of this world to pull maybe a goal in this first half, as we're about 5 minutes away from closing this one. But I think if 1 goal goes in, we might see maybe the floodgates opening a little bit. There goes Pajo on the left-hand side. Guru, maybe playing for last attack in this half, or potentially looking for space to operate. Was trying to get there first, but Jacobo Ramon, the budget centre-back option for everybody, keeps on repaying the faith in his managers.
Yep. I mean, every single time it's Jacobo Ramon up against anybody with a shoulder tackle, it's almost you know who's going to be winning that one, because that man is a solid rock for the defense. As we have 43 minutes on the clock, The crazy thing is, some other games will not have so many goals like this, but they will be looking not
Faruk
interesting.
with the opportunity to score first and lay on the line against the line. Off the line.
Wow, crazy. As this time, my goodness, Faruk will find a way to score the goal. Insane stuff we're witnessing currently right now.
I mean, he had a massive opportunity to lead in the first half, but not just happening for him. Wow.
How did that one go in? We first saw the goal line clearance, and unfortunately, the person that got the ball from the air was a shorter player. I think that was Pina. You know she doesn't have the height for it and lost the ball almost immediately. Faruk didn't need another invitation. He buried this one beyond the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper not even getting any chance to take anything out of that one.
Well, certainly. First half done. And I mean, you might feel for Guru a little bit, but you look at what both of them have done offensively, especially with how great the defenses have played, you would lean towards Faruk Manzo, who you'd say has had maybe more opportunities, even though they've kind of been little. He's had the majority of the chances as we go into the second half. I mean, first time we're seeing a game involving Faruk here in the league where it's just one goal after 45 in-game minutes.
I mean, not just the fact that it was one goal, but it's a very high-intensity game, high-attacking game from both ends. You can see both players really giving us something worth watching for the first 45, and I believe the second 45 would give us something very, very similar. But how I'm rooting for Guru in this game.
I mean,
I feel like it's going to make it very interesting.
I mean, certainly, he needs a goal though, because with Faruk up, now I think the dynamic changes a little bit for how Guru especially approaches this game. I don't think that slow build up from him is going to be constant anymore. That's how you get and there's the response from Guru. He looks up the heavens and thanks the stars. It's another one of those beautiful, careless, and harder back in this one. I mean, that's a brilliant goal from Guru there.
Yep, I mean, that shot was so insane. It caressed both roofs of the net. I mean,
that was the first time that we had seen Faruk's defense, especially in the middle, kind of cut open because nobody's been able to do it. Usually, maybe you have like a fortuitous bounce or something. But Guru really did work out that goal. Tells you, in as much as we praise his offense and how good it is, his defense and how good it is, his offense can come to life as well through the middle. The dribbling exquisite and the chance opening up for Hada. And Guru takes it fully.
I'm not gonna lie. At some point, I thought that ball wasn't going in. I thought he sort of hit the top of the net, but that one was so good.
Guru on the break. He must certainly be feeling himself fortunate, so close to get in the lead. I must say, it feels like that goal has certainly lit some fire under Guru, but he's got to be careful on the break. Faruk is one of the more dangerous players in this league. But now he calms things down and forces Faruk back. I mean, that's excellent defensive play from Guru right there. But now there's more or less like a pep in his step. The way he's playing the last couple of minutes. Guru certainly playing with more confidence on his side. That is the thing with momentum swings in this game. It can change any point in time. The two pass might be on. But Faruk, wow. The attention to detail, him tracking that run, I think was perfect. Is that onside from Pina?
It does look onside.
Faruk Manzo.
What a clearance that one was by the goalkeeper, sticking out his foot. My goodness, both players have given us an absolute pitch of a 90-minute game.
I mean, we were speaking about how crazy clinical Faruk has been. For the first time, we see him miss a gilt-edge opportunity. And I mean, credit to Guru for bringing the goalkeeper out early and the goalkeeper spreading his body like that and making the angle more difficult. This game, you almost feel like we'll go straight right down to the wire. It's a top of the table clash for a reason. And like we said, the winner of this game will stay at the top of the table for today. Pajo, for Hada, there comes Guru. Now we're seeing a little bit more transition play. Is that
my goodness? Oh, I told you.
Take a ball, Guru. Down by a goal early. He's turned this game on its head.
Guru, the man for the big moments, steps up when it requires him to, and he has delivered the second goal on a platter that we cannot refuse. 60 minutes in, what a game. And Star Pros Beat says it, high class match. What a game.
I think he said what a chess game it is. I mean, everybody's playing chess. Nobody's playing checkers here at all. Guru, wow. From offense and defense, and Faruk has equalized already.
Wow.
This guy is special. Faruk Manzo, within a blink of an eye, like that's one thing that you have to be able to boast about. The fact that at any given time, you can call on your offense to just bail you out. It's crazy, Faruk. We missed that goal after getting the replay, but this man, relentless.
Didn't even give us time enough to enjoy that one from Guru. Scored immediately, and he will currently tie on 2-2. Now Faruk will be looking to go and get the third goal if he can. He switched on his player locks. You know how crazy he can get, but this time the shots just letting him down a little bit. Maybe it was just him doing a little bit too much in that moment.
Guru certainly will be feeling himself and looking like a man who has a win set in his sights. Was trying to use the player lock to his advantage in that position, but just couldn't pull it off in that round. Look, his anticipation and the awareness. I mean, nobody's been able to just prevent Faruk Manzo from being comfortable in so many moments, as we see wolevation. I think that was an earlier goal in that one, as it's currently 5-5, 10-goal thriller in that one, as I believe Kaykay will now lead. Faruk, on the other hand, though, twisting and turning with some trickery in the box from Pina, but she just can't get away from the danger, as we see the post queued coming in. I mean, Manny, this year in the Elite League, nobody's put pressure like this on Faruk.
Oh my, this is insane. I mean, this is what we expected from the Elite Divisions, that we always have a bridge in the talent gap. So every single time we come on, we have nobody that can really run through to a title. As you can see, Killerfreak, I mean, nobody would have believed that he would have suffered 4 losses in this moment. And you see what Guru is doing.
From defense to offense in a flash. And there he goes again after putting on a defensive masterclass in the last couple of minutes. He'll be trying to do a little bit too much. Oh, what a tackle to come in. Guru, can he capitalize off of this situation? Harder, looking for options.
Wow.
Still twisting and turning as Faruk closes every single angle in his way to find Sana. Guru tried to force the situation in that position as we approach the last 15 minutes in this one.
This is what you call a chess match. Both players, highly intelligent, playing this ball at a level we have never seen before at any competition in Nigeria.
Well, certainly, this is exactly what we call band for band. You give me, I give you. Anything you can do, I can do as well.
Let me add one to you, aura for aura.
Exactly. Exactly. 15 minutes ago, can Faruk continue the winning streak? Or will Guru be the first man to beat Faruk in the National Esoccer League? And Lion, you know what? We agree with you. It's the toughest matchup of the league we've seen so far. It's been brilliant.
You know what's crazy? Faruk has queued a pause for the past 10 minutes, but the ball has not gone out of play yet. Like that is, both players have had multiple attacks, played in the middle, but because of the way they are holding on to the ball preciously, because nobody wants to lose at this moment in time, he can just go down to the wire. Bremer pulling his way through and showing what that physical strength can do on a cold night in Stoke. Wow.
10 minutes left in this one. It will all come down to this Guru. We've not seen him misplay passes too much, and that could cost him. Faruk tried to take the rabbit out of the hat in that one with an insane goal. Tried to catch Guru off guard a little bit, but it doesn't still work for him.
Guru shaking his head tells you a little bit about how. I think it's interesting. In the prediction channel, I was the only one who picked Guru to win.
Wow.
Even though he's not winning, but I'm just.
Well, I mean, when you look at this one, Faruk of all people, one time. You usually see him hold on to it, caress it, look for more options, but it tells you, look, breaking down this defense is a chore.
Yeah,
and he was trying to catch him off guard with that one. Crazy game.
Crazy stuff. As you can see, Guru doing his best to hold on to that 1 point. I told you, the best thing Guru could do for himself, and also to someone like Mitchell, is to hold Faruk down to this. If Faruk can be held down for a little bit, just so you get, maybe Guru gets a win, or Guru takes 1 point from this, it will do someone like Mitchell a whole lot of good in terms of qualifying for that top 4.
Well, certainly, there's a lot of narratives to go about. Once this game comes to an end, there might be a positive result for some people. It might be a negative one. But for these two guys sharing the spoils now, they are poised. And they are looking for a way to take a win off each other. One pupil on the right-hand side, I think it's been a joy to watch for Guru. Look how patient. It's been the letter of the day throughout for Guru. Look at the number of bodies forward. Can he pick out the right pass? Guru in position with McTominay, trying his best, and there's the bruiser, but unfortunately for Faruk, it is deemed as a ligament. Man, imagine he scores from the free kick from here.
That would be insane.
It will be crazy, and I think he's now let go of the thought of him attempting that.
I mean, what a way. I think he just probably asked himself, you know what, it's going to be good for me to give Faruk an opportunity to have, the last transition, or should I play for the last attack? And I think that's what he's trying to do, which is going to be a very smart move, in my opinion. It's 6 minutes. All he needs to do, hold on to the ball for the next 3 minutes, and then now play for the last attack.
I mean, game management, assist, finance, as we get more updates. Kaykay, wolevation, still going, as there has kind of been a lack of goals in this one. Well, elsewhere, the goals are flowing a lot. Final 2 minutes of this one. The last couple of minutes, it has been all Guru holding on to possession. I believe he's playing for last attack. Now he's trying to give it a go with Sa. Could this be his moment? Could this be his moment? And he gets the away. The OASC sports athlete. It's now or never to capitalize off of it. Is that offside from Solot? I believe slightly offside. And with the final chance of the game, potentially, Faruk unable to capitalize. And now Guru to push. Faruk wins it back. It is certainly a chess game going on. As both of these guys not wanting to give up their position. What a tackle from Guru. And that will be that.
Yes, sir.
In the heavyweight class between the top two players, nobody wanted to give it. It is certainly one for the ages. We said Rufai was the only guy to take points off of Faruk. Well, add Guru to the list now.
Absolutely insane stuff, as this man has found a way to make our champion human again. I mean, we've seen Faruk for the past 2 weeks, or the past 1 week, in week 3 and week 4 now today, and all that has been of our minds is that this guy isn't normal. This guy isn't human. He's doing things that people don't regularly think about. But Guru today found a way to make Faruk look human. And my goodness, what a defense, what a disciplined move I have seen today. I've seen Guru's defense, but today's one was very, very special.
I mean, there's a reason why I made a video about it. Like, look, you can do all of the things that maybe he tells you to do. When the guy goes on the wing, do your team press and everything. But put all of that aside, the anticipation. Because I see that sometimes it's guesswork and it's the lottery. But he wins the lottery like 80% of the time. So he anticipates that, okay, Faruk wants to turn here. He wants to pass here. He'll be in there in the passing lane. I think it was a brilliant performance from him. Nobody stifled Faruk the way he's done this year. And credit to Guru. Look, credit to Faruk as well for bringing out his A game. I mean, he tried and tried and tried. Couldn't get that all-important winning goal. But, I mean, top of the table clash. What more do you expect?
I mean, what an incredible one this one was for every other person in and around that top 4, top 6 position. They'll be looking at this game and, you'd say, okay, finally, somebody has been able to take points off Faruk Mams, which means they have curved his run a little bit more. And everybody will be watching to see what happens in day 2 of game week 4. But we just finished game week 4, day 1. And it's been insane. Don't forget to join us here for next year's Elite Division. Head on to Cade Esports and download the app on App Store and on Play Store, and you can get all the information brought to you live to your mobile phones and all of your devices. You can join us from any of the places at the Odile Esports Tournament, the Challengers Cup, and this is where you start making inroads to come into the Pro Leagues. And then, if you're able and you have what it takes, find yourself in the Elite Division, where you'll be meeting other top players from Nigeria. Sly, today, what's your biggest takeaway?
I mean, the type of games that we've seen are ones for the history books. First of all, my mind will go straight to Killerfreak versus Tactical. I think that game was brilliant. Killerfreak Kingnonex very good as well, but this last one was insane. But that's how it all boils down to the league table. Faruk Manzo will keep his top spot. Well, he's no more perfect. He's no more 7 wins out of 7. It's actually 7 wins and a draw. But the unbeaten record still remains on 22 points. Whilst Mitchell, after 11 games played, will also be on 22 points. And Guru also on 22. So as it stands, the likes of Mitchell, Guru, they'll be looking for others to maybe take points off of Faruk if there's an opportunity to knock him off his speed. Badgie Jr. on 18 points. Today was Badgie Jr.'s rest day. I'm sure we'll see him in action tomorrow. Tactical as well. After that massive win against Killerfreak is on 17. Killerfreak now, like we said, things might be interesting. Can he push for a top 4 finish in the last couple of games? We'll find out pretty soon. He's on 15. Kingnonex, all important win, gets into 14 points.
Well, the second half of the table, Kaykay is the one who is making up the last 8. You can see Kaykay now with this particular win he had over wolevation has taken himself to 13 points. I did tell you guys earlier, it was a 6-pointer game. After 9 games played, Kaykay has 13 points. The biggest name I want you to look at is Adefola, currently on 9th position. 12 points after playing 10 games. The question will now be, how can he make his way back? And who is he going to be knocking off the perch?
I mean, he's got last 2 games to play. I don't think he's played the Killerfreak yet. That's a scary game to look at.
Scary.
So, can he pick up points from that one? And he needs all maximum points from it.
Yeah, wolevation also on 7 points. In 10th position, Mr. August, 6 points. In 11th position, Anife and Dadaboi still on 4 points each.
I mean, this has been tough, very, very tough to put together. I mean, the last game right there showed you that, look, nobody is inevitable in this league. There are players who've shown levels, but they can all be knocked off their perch. I mean, today, right from game 1, we were saved. And we were saved really, really hot. Like, you see a tactical display between Faruk and a Guru like this, and you certainly enjoy yourself. Like we saw earlier on Killerfreak Tactical win 3-2. Guru, all important win against Dadaboi. Faruk commanding 10-4 win against wolevation. You've got Adefola also scraping with a win against Anif 6-5. Killerfreak and Kingnonex. That game, still my favorite game of the day. I know this last one was quite interesting, but that comeback from Killerfreak, I think it was sensational. 4-3, and then of course Kaykay in that band-for-band game against Tactical managed to slip through with a 7-6 win.
And Nife went up against Faruk, and of course it was a 7-3 win for Faruk in that particular game. Did make Anife look very, very ordinary. Kingnonex and Adefola played out a 6-3 game. Kingnonex taking the 3 huge points from that match. Dadaboi versus Mitchell, a very interesting game that saw Mitchell having to come back 3 times against Dadaboi to eventually find the win. 6-4 ended for Mitchell in his favor. Faruk and Guru, we just saw them play out a 2-all draw. While Kaykay and wolevation, another high-scoring affair, played out a 7-6.
I mean, look at both of Kaykay's games.
7-6.
I told you, the man is full of goals. He is full of goals, that man right there. And it causes you problems every single time. Massive shout out, of course, sponsors behind this league, Cade Esports, and of course our partners as well, Game Evo, Game Pride, IO, Esports, African News, Trace, OES Esports, Wager, and You Gaming. It's certainly been another brilliant day of elite FC action here at the National Esoccer League. I mean, money, one word to sum up what we've seen throughout.
Exhilarating. This has been absolutely exquisite. It's like when you go to a 5-star restaurant, you don't know what you're about to get, but then you say, you know what, get me the chef special. Today feels like the chef special.
Exactly.
And it delivered exactly what we expected of it.
Well, it was indeed the chef special. Most of these guys cooked from start to finish. Well, the message I've got for you is the food is not yet ready. There's 3 more match days to go. And tomorrow, around 1 p.m. West African time, more food will be served to the audience. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure doing this with, of course, Manny as well and the whole of the production team. We'll say stay safe out there and be there on time. Tomorrow, the action continues. The journey to find out who will be the National Esoccer League champion will continue. Stay safe out there. We'll see you tomorrow.
He's probably one of the best gamers that I know at my game hub. And only those at the game of actually know about this. Not you watching me. Another critical problem for Daniel is that he has never been able to monetize his gaming skills. And that is the same story for tens of millions of gamers out there. And this is why we built Wager. Gaming shouldn't just bring us together, but actually make us millionaires. Ready to start earning from gaming? Welcome to the new economy where gaming now pays. Join millions of